Hello, everyone. It is Friday, September 5th. It is sunny and hot here in Seattle. We also have smoke, because wildfires nearby, smoky in my apartment. Oh, fun fucking Friday. I think outside of that, life updates, streamed. Not too much. Mostly just been doing game work. Uh, And that's about it. Other than that, just chores and groceries and walking the dog and forgetting to get refills of my meds, but it is what. Um, we'll start doing some of our warm up games, and then we're going to be getting into our history video on Chaco Canyon before getting into news about, just the general downfall of America and what Trump's up to. A little bit on Gaza, I think, first. Um, but yeah, first, chill weeks are nice sometimes, except, when the world is both literally and figuratively on fire. Um, so for Yerdle, we got the Spanish gold escudo worth 16 silver reales. Is first minted during the reign of Philip II, is like what, late 1500s? I also am realizing I don't know the actual life period of Suleiman the Magnificent, who dies in his tent at the siege of something Eastern European. Selim II succeeds him as Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, and then foundation stone of Valletta, which will become Malta's capital city, is laid by Jean Perisot de Valette, Grand Master of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. This is later Christian orders. But yeah, let's try late 1500s. So starting point. Okay, we are within 40 years. It is lower than this. We'll just go down to 60, about halfway. Right, at least 11. So it's either in there or not. So we'll do 1555. Okay, 1565. Dead. Right there, almost. Got it. Pretty easy. So 1566 is when Suleiman the Magnificent dies. When Malta gets its first stone laid on Malta, and when the Spanish start using gold money, goes to just silver, of which they had a ton of silver coming in from New Spain, their other colonies. Ready. So let's move on to connections. We got Han, Solo, Free, Zing, Ram, Kick, Stag, Buck, Single, Song, Jack, Tang, Ming, Punch, Billy, Zest. Okay, so Han, Ming, Tang are all dynasties. Same with Song, Chinese dynasties. No. Why is that the hardest one? What the hell? The solo single Free Stag being without a partner. Available. Let's see. Uh Punch, Kick, Ram, and Buck. Oh! Zing, Zest, Kick, and Punch. That's a potency. Ram, Jack, Billy, Buck. Male animals. I did not know that. What? Not too bad. Been pretty easy today. Which brings us to our last one, which is Pokedoku. Called it. Did call it. Alright. Dual type. That's the final evolution. If that's your first partner. Or dual type, that's also a ground type. Unova, final level. The first partner. Uh, the ground. And then Shadow Ball again. The Unova first partner, we got 3 options. I feel like Tepig is probably the least picked. Have been right. A dual type first partner. Bulbasaur is grass poison to begin with. Are there any others? I feel like most of them are as just the one type. Rowlet grass flying? Yeah. We'll go with Bulbasaur because that's the one I'm more confident on. Right, and then first partner, and it can learn Shadow Ball. Um, the goal is to just complete the whole thing because you have 9 guesses up on any of them. But I personally try and play for a good uniqueness rating. I can um, a starter that can learn Shadow Ball. For some reason I want to say Fennekin because it turns into like a caster. Maybe Rowlet because it turns into a grass type. Yeah. First partner, as far as I know. Starter. Yeah. Starter Poke. We'll probably leave that for last because that one's fucking weird. I mean, like this is much easier to do. The last in a Shadow Ball. Right, dual type, final evolution. A lot of options there. No one likes Gollum. Unova, final evolution. One that wouldn't be. Bit of Tranquil, and then Un Faisant. Figured no one would really remember that. Oh, he works for 2 spots. I mean, the ground dual type as well. Yeah, I guess. Um, so does uh, Rhydon, Rhyperior, Horn even. Do Rhyhorn. Unova ground types. Yeah, Excadrill and of course Drillbur. Who else does them later? There's the Crocodile line. Sandile. 10%. Dang it. Alright. First partner who can learn Shadow Ball and a ground type that can learn Shadow Ball is the Runa Ringus. Shadow Ball? It might be able to learn. Where are their ground ghost types? There's the Golett line, but I don't know if they learn Shadow Ball. Right, you. A. Oh, Middle Evo? Yeah, that might have been the way. Oh, there's the Sandcastle one. Sandy Guest. I can picture it, I just can't remember its name. Alright, so now we're back. Final guess. First partner, a starter type that can, or starter Pokemon that can Shadow Ball. I'm gonna go with Fennekin. Who could even go here? Kind of curious. Who else do we think could have? We were thinking of Rowlet, right? And it learned Shadow Ball. By type. No. Who's a starter? There is a Ghost Final. We have to find the starter Pokemon that can learn. Nope. Virgin. Oh, Fuecoco maybe? Nope. The cat is not dark at level 5. But it does get dark. Nope. Aw. It's also not dark at level 5, but Shadow Claw again, no Shadow Ball. I have no idea which starter this could be. Probably not like Stobble. No Ghost. Yeah, zero clue. Oh well. We'll find it about it maybe some. But let's get into videos. So we're starting with Chaco Canyon.
This episode is brought to you by the channel patrons who suggested and voted on this topic. This was a wonderful episode to make, and I'm
YouTube like
thrilled
changed
that you
its
all chose
UI
it.
or whatever.
If you, dear
Weird,
viewer,
I
would
don't
like
like
to
it.
support
I
the
don't
show
like
and
change.
suggest and vote on topics, you could do so on Patreon. There's actually going to be another episode vote coming up soon. Also, there will be an important announcement at the end of the episode, so please stay tuned for that. In the San Juan Basin in northwest New Mexico lies one of the greatest treasures of North America's cultural heritage. In an otherwise unremarkable canyon cut by a dry riverbed are many sprawling great houses featuring hundreds of rooms, large plazas, and grand kivas. All of these are the result of a sudden burst of energy from the ancient Pueblo world that didn't even last 2 centuries. The majestic ruins of Chaco Canyon capture the imagination of visitors and archaeologists from all over the world. In fact, Chaco Canyon is one of the most studied archaeological areas in the United States. Archaeological study and investigations go all the way back to the late 19th century and have continued ever since. And yet, despite all the sites, their excellent preservation, and the innumerable hours of study devoted to Chaco Canyon, it remains frustratingly enigmatic. If you so much as ask archaeologists what was Chaco Canyon, you could get a variety of answers. What makes such a studied landscape so mysterious? Well, kids, let's find out. Okay, so first things first. Let's take a look at where we're going for this episode and discuss the geography of Chaco Canyon and the wider San Juan Basin. The basin is characterized by a semi-arid environment with large variations in temperatures. This is an area thousands of feet above sea level where the temperature can plummet drastically during the night. Winters can get below freezing, sometimes even below 0, and summers can see temperatures hit triple digits. Those are some incredible temperature swings. Although the basin is not technically a desert, rainfall is scarce, but it is seasonal. May and June are the driest seasons of the year, but July, August, and September bring much needed rain courtesy of the monsoonal circulation. However, don't be fooled by the word monsoon. Chaco Canyon only sees about 22 centimeters, or 8.5 inches on average of rain, and that can vary wildly from year to year, with some yearly totals only reaching a few centimeters. While we're on the subject of rain, Chaco Canyon itself is the result of tens of thousands of years of rain erosion. This erosion has carved out the canyon's distinct cliffs that form the scenic backdrop. Cutting through the center of the canyon is the Chaco Wash, an arroyo that is dry for most of the year but drains into the San Juan Basin. Chaco Canyon and the San Juan Basin as a whole is a region of extremes where heat and cold and rain and drought cozy up real close to each other. Now that we can appreciate the geography, let's take a look at the history of human settlement in Chaco Canyon. Human settlement in Chaco Canyon goes back thousands of years. Surveys across the canyon have identified tools and remains from archaic cultures that lived nomadic lifestyles in the southwest. Now, we aren't going to go into detail about these cultures, but we should describe them to appreciate the development that we're going to see. These early southwestern cultures are referred to as basket maker cultures, and they're divided into various phases characterized by lifestyle and technological developments.
Very long time period. Of course, there's the Archaic, which is um, ends just before the Bronze Age collapse over in the Old World. But then, yeah, the basket maker period that he's talking about goes up all the way to after Charlemagne's death, or around the time of Charlemagne's death.
A good site from this time in the canyon is Atlatl Cave, which contains evidence of late Archaic occupation
Atlatl.
dating back to the 900s BCE. Although no structures were built there, traces of food such as rice grass, pinyon nuts, and huckleberry were recovered from the rock shelter. More importantly, materials of yucca fiber and basketry were also found. At the end of the basket maker culture, more durable constructions began to appear, not just in Chaco Canyon, but in the southwest as a whole. This phase, dated about 500 CE, is usually referred to in the literature as Basket Maker III culture, and it saw people becoming much more sedentary. They were beginning to cultivate maize, beans, and squash, and build semi-subterranean pit houses for living and storage. They were mastering agriculture in a harsh environment. Fired pottery was also becoming increasingly used. These basket maker people
Oh
had
yeah, I
also
guess
adopted the
Evie is
use of the bow and
technically a
arrow
starter
at the
because of
expense
Let's
the
Go.
atlatl. A good type site for this period can be found in Chaco Canyon at Shabak-at-Shi Village, atop the Chakra Mesa in the eastern part of the canyon. Here in the 1920s, a series of pit houses built around an early kiva were excavated, and later work showed that this construction dated to the early 700s CE. That early 700s date is important because that's the time that basket maker culture begins to transition to Pueblo culture. Now, like the previous cultures, we aren't going to go into great detail on ancestral Pueblo culture. That's a rich episode for another day, and we'll only discuss cultural features that relate to Chaco Canyon for this episode. By the way, a quick word about the term ancestral Pueblo. Until fairly recently, the term used to refer to them was Anasazi. It's fallen out of favor because, first of all, it's not a Pueblo term. Anasazi is actually a Navajo exonym given to the ancient Puebloan peoples, and it literally means ancient enemies,
Oh.
or the ancestors of our enemies.
Uh-oh.
Given those facts, you can see why ancestral Pueblo is becoming the more preferred term, although it's worth noting that this is not what ancestral Pueblo would have called themselves, nor what modern Puebloan people use to refer to their ancestors in their own languages. Pueblo comes from the Spanish word for village, and it's what they use to refer to Pueblo settlements and their people, and for better or worse, it's what's stuck. Okay, let's get back on track to Chaco Canyon. In the 8th century, Pueblo
Original village people.
architecture began to take on its signature characteristics. Those pit houses began to be lined with stone. Shaded ramadas that had been constructed for shade over work areas also got enclosed in stone to form a basic shelter with joined storage rooms. By 800 CE, these house blocks would have housed a nuclear family, and several would have been curved around a kiva, those old pit houses now built of stone but still embedded in the earth. Now, these developments weren't just limited to Chaco Canyon, but occurred over the whole Four Corners region, albeit with some regional differences. But at Chaco, we see the earliest construction in the middle of the 9th century. This is when those first great houses were starting to be built. These builders weren't just building their housing blocks and kivas. They were stacking these houses on top of each other and raising multi-story structures with distinctive masonry that would have been covered with plaster. To put that in perspective, no one else in the Southwest was building multi-story architecture. Some of the earliest great houses, such as Pueblo Bonito, Una Vida, and Peñasco Blanco, have their origins at this time. What's odd is that smaller pueblos, usually referred to as small houses, were still being built in large numbers in the canyon, mainly on the southern side. Why their builders didn't adopt the newer styles that emerged next door is a mystery. A few archaeologists have suggested that these great house builders may have been recent migrants from the Dolores Valley that moved out in the mid 9th century due to drought. These proponents point to similarities between McPhee Pueblo in Colorado and the early phases of Pueblo Bonito, but currently this is speculation. By the 10th century, building continued and those great houses would continue to expand, but things really began to kick into high gear around 1020, and this would last until 1115. This marked the beginning of a period of rapid growth. This is when the construction of later great houses like Jungo Pavi, Chetro Kettle, and Pueblo Alto is dated. Older great houses got large additions and began to assume the forms that we see today. By 1050, Chaco Canyon had become the undisputed
This is about the same time as the first Crusades are going off.
administrative and ceremonial center of the San Juan Basin, with 14 great houses of various sizes and numerous small houses. Let's look at these
Amphitheater
great
almost.
houses and their architecture in some detail.
City size
They
though.
incorporate two basic elements: room blocks and kivas. Room blocks could be connected and stacked up in layers. These rooms would have had different functions. Many would have been for storage, while others would have been for living. Kivas are among the most iconic buildings of Pueblo architecture, so let's discuss them briefly. They're circular buildings, usually built into the ground, but can sometimes be built above ground. I should clarify that the kivas we'll be seeing in this episode are round, but Western Pueblo groups in the Southwest constructed square or rectangular kivas, but we're not going to be seeing them today.
Odd.
The subterranean construction harkens back to those earlier basket maker pit houses, but it may also have connotations with the underworld. One feature in several kivas that supports this notion are sipapus, which are small floor pits that represent openings to the underworld. Kivas would have been roofed and usually would have had an entrance at the top. However, larger kivas could have ground level entrances rather than roof entrances. Inside would have been a central hearth and an encircling bench for seating. Modern Pueblo communities still build kivas to this day, and they serve as important centers of religious and social life. It's widely assumed that ancient kivas fulfilled similar functions, although it's also possible that the modern uses evolved from earlier functions. It's also likely that the largest kivas, great kivas like this one, may have had additional social functions as well. As a great house was expanded in Chaco Canyon,
They do look like conversation pits.
wings of rooms would be added to the east and west before eventually being joined by a curved row of rooms to enclose the settlement and form a plaza. This gives most great houses in the canyon their signature D shape, although I like food metaphors, so I like to think of this shape as a taco. Yum. That said, this pattern
Does
of
look
growth
like one.
isn't a hard and fast rule.
Especially this one.
There are exceptions, but it's pretty consistent across the history of the canyon. But how exactly were they built? First, a site would be chosen and the great house would be planned out with the proper alignments. Great houses tended to be built on the north side of the canyon to absorb sunlight and warmth in the winter months. These were master planned from the start. During construction, Chaco builders utilized core and veneer style masonry. For the people who aren't masons, myself included, core and veneer is when a core of rubble, stone, and mortar are encased on either side with finished stones to provide extra strength and stability. Smaller and earlier constructions would have just used a simple wall with a single row of stones bound together with mud and mortar.
Weak
These
shit.
early builders realized that if they wanted to beef this simple wall up, they could use a second row of stones and interlock them together to make a stronger wall before arriving at the core and veneer method we just mentioned. This allowed them to make a strong load-bearing wall that could support multiple stories, sometimes as many as 4. After the wall was erected, they would be plastered. Stone was an obvious choice of building material because it was abundant and could be easily quarried from the cliff sides and carved into shape. Unfortunately, these builders needed more than just stone. Roofs and lintels needed to be supported with wood timbers. If you ever visit Chaco Canyon, you'll notice that the canyon is almost completely devoid of trees. Yet several estimates put the total number of timbers used in the construction of Chaco Canyon between 200,000 and 250,000. Where did all that wood come from? Did the ambitious and short-sighted builders of Chaco Canyon deforest the canyon and strip it bare? Archaeologists of centuries past were certainly willing to think so.
It isn't uncommon for, yeah, especially like when first settlements are appearing that they end up uh, deforesting a bit too quickly and then have issues with like erosion, landslides, and then just not having enough wood or lumber to maintain like fire sources or to like repair and keep up with tools and buildings that use wood.
However, recent pollen analysis have actually shown that Chaco Canyon was not forested in the past 2,000 years, and that only scattered trees would have dotted the canyon. Though these local trees would have been used for fuel and materials, it doesn't appear that great forests around Chaco were felled for the building of these great houses. Timber was scarce in the canyon then, as it still is today. So, where did all those timbers come from? This has been the focus of a lot of study during the last two
Those
decades, and the
timbers,
results are
that
pretty
timber,
wild. Several studies have shown that all that lumber came from the Chusca Mountains and the San Mateo Mountains, both of which are about 80 kilometers or 50 miles away. So, yeah, if you fellas in the audience lived in Chaco Canyon 1,000 years ago and wanted to impress your girlfriend and show her that you were a real man, you'd have to be ready to get some buddies and lug a 200-pound log over 50 miles and then probably do it a few more times so her family could put up an addition on the house. Obviously, just joking here, but you get the point. This was really demanding, and yet the people of Chaco Canyon did this over and over again. Before we leave wood entirely, we need to mention another very important quality of those timbers. They allow archaeologists and scientists to date the construction in Chaco Canyon with incredible precision. Allow me to introduce you to dendrochronology. Dendrochronology, sometimes called tree ring dating, is done by analyzing tree rings and pinpointing specific rings to specific dates. Tree rings are formed as a tree grows, and these occur in predictable patterns that are influenced by rainfall and local climate. Imagine for a second if you took a sample from a live tree that had been alive for a century, and then took a sample from a tree that lived 150 years but overlapped with that, and then another tree that overlapped with that older one, and so on and so forth. Hopefully you can see where this is going. When scientists study tree rings over a long period of time in the same area, they can compare tree rings from different trees at different times until they have a timeline of tree rings that can stretch back hundreds of years, in some cases even thousands of years. Thanks to the thousands of timbers at Chaco Canyon, scientists have a lot of material to work with that is
yay!
wonderfully preserved thanks to the canyon's arid environment.
And that
By
they
looking
use
at
the
the tree
whole
rings in those
logs for
timbers
their
and comparing them
construction.
with other tree ring records, scholars can identify the exact year a timber was harvested for construction, which gives us insanely tight dates on the construction at Chaco Canyon. Now, there are a few caveats that archaeologists have to keep in mind, such as instances of older timbers being reused in newer construction, but even with these considerations, this is a fantastic dating method. We can tell exactly when and in what order great houses were built. This means that the great houses of Chaco Canyon are among the best dated ancient structures on the planet for which no contemporary written records exist.
Planet is
But back to the
insane.
great houses. They could reach enormous sizes. The largest great house, Pueblo Bonito, has over 700 rooms, 32 kivas, and 3 great kivas. Its back wall has an incredible 4 stories, although a good chunk of it was destroyed by a canyon wall collapse in 1941. You might assume that these buildings were densely packed with people. Enthusiastic writers in the early 20th century certainly thought so. However, archaeology paints a completely different picture. As it turns out, those great houses housed very few people. In fact, most of the population in the canyon were living in those small houses we mentioned earlier. I know this must sound super weird considering how often on this show we've presented remote ruins and ancient settlements, and then discussed the great lengths archaeologists went to prove that those were populated settlements instead of empty ceremonial centers. But Chaco Canyon isn't like those instances. So, what makes archaeologists so confident in this surprising and unexpected conclusion? Let's get into the reasons. First, there are very few burials in the canyon, something that was even noted in the early days of archaeology in Chaco Canyon. In all, only a paltry 700 burials have been documented in the canyon. If there was a massive population living in Chaco Canyon over the centuries, where are their remains? Why aren't archaeologists tripping over burials left and right? Now, before everybody starts rushing to the comments to insist that the denizens of Chaco Canyon obviously cremated their dead and that I am a buffoon, the problem with that is that cremation still leaves evidence in the archaeological record. and no burned bones or remains of pyres have been found at Chaco. What's more, Puebloan peoples have historically avoided cremation, so it's very unlikely that this was practiced back then.
Also, it does take a lot of heat and a long burning fire to, like, fully cremate someone, so they would have had to have even more wood than they were already getting from, what, 50, miles away or whatever, so, doesn't seem
If
likely.
there's a great Chaco cemetery out there, it hasn't been found, and not for want of trying. Archaeologists have combed through the canyon on numerous surveys and come up with nothing. The second line of evidence is a bit more subtle but very, very telling, and that's the number of hearths in great houses. Any pre industrial home is going to have a hearth for warmth and cooking, so these are very good indicators of habitation that are easy to see in the archaeological record. At the Chaco great houses, hearths are surprisingly sparse, and this scarcity is actually what really started convincing people that the canyon population was actually very small. In fact, many of the interior rooms had no access to sunlight, which would have made them useless for living altogether. Finally, there are very few trash middens at these sites. If a huge population was living in the canyon, there would be heaps of thousand-year-old garbage all over the place.
Uh, what we saw with, the Pacific Northwest cultures and also the Florida fishermen kings, they had shellfish and stuff that they were eating like crazy, so they had these massive middens, massive mounds of shellfish. There would be similar, like, trash heaps basically for any population, really.
And there aren't very many. It's actually interesting to see this realization slowly dawn on people over time. Early population estimates of Chaco Canyon got as high as 10,000, before later studies revised it to about 5,600 people, before getting dropped further to less than 2,000.
Eesh,
Modern estimates put
1/10
the total around 1,200, and some go
less.
even lower. In case you're wondering how such a small number of people could complete these building projects, it's worth remembering that people could have been brought in from outside the canyon to aid in construction. But labor studies have shown that a crew of 30 people could cut and transport beams for 1 month every year for 7 years, and then spend a few months of the year every 3 years quarrying and building the largest structures in the canyon, all within a 10-year span, which is about the average time that a construction spree would last. A lot of hard work to be sure, but not the kind that would require massive gangs of laborers. Even though Chaco Canyon had a small population, it's still worth asking how these people were supporting themselves. How were they able to farm in such a marginal environment? So there's a long and contentious debate among scholars about how viable farming was in Chaco Canyon, so let's present both sides here. Optimistic scholars point to examples of small canals and gridded fields and propose that floodplain irrigation could have captured floodwaters and runoff during the wet season and channeled them into farming plots. Now, some of these canals have been shown by subsequent examination not to be canals, but roads, or to be of later Navajo construction. However, proponents argue that the Navajo used similar techniques of capturing runoff to farm in Chaco Canyon during historical times. Climate data has also given these arguments a boost. Chaco's building booms coincided with periods of abundant rainfall, so conditions would have been better than they are now. However, one study that caught my eye in all this was a recent study that looked at pollen samples collected in the canyon. Maize pollen dating from this time appears in abundance, and it's very unlikely that the pollen could have accumulated there if it had been imported a great distance. Although the authors of the study do point out that pollen analysis can never answer how much maize was being grown. This suggests that at least some maize was being grown in the canyon, but was it enough? Let's look at the opposition. More pessimistic scholars have pointed out that even in historical times, Chaco Canyon was a rotten place for agriculture due to the low rainfall and the soil composition, which was too saline and nitrogen poor for maize cultivation. Even when rain did come, the floods could wash away crops in the canyon floor or damage fields, and this would have limited farming to very specific areas. Farming here would have required a lot of infrastructure that should theoretically be visible, and yet archaeologists have found very little in the way of irrigation works. Recent estimates show that even at maximum production, not even 1,200 people could have been fed from agriculture in the canyon. They argue that food from wetter and more productive areas outside the canyon must have been imported to keep the population in the canyon well fed. Now let's take a look at the broader economy in Chaco Canyon. What goods were entering and leaving the canyon? Archaeology has turned up evidence of turquoise, chert, and obsidian crafting at the great
Er,
houses, but none of these are naturally found in the canyon or its vicinity. They all had to be imported. Turquoise likely came from the mines at Cerrillos, New Mexico, over 170 kilometers away. Chert and obsidian were brought in from various areas in the San Juan Basin. Even something as simple as pottery had to be imported, since fuel to fire pottery would have been scarce in the canyon. Now, some pottery was made in Chaco Canyon, but analysis has shown that most of the pottery recovered in the canyon was not local. However, those are small potatoes compared to the materials that came from outside the San Juan Basin. The most well-known of these were scarlet macaws, which were prized for their brilliant
birds.
feathers. These would have been prestige materials, and dozens of macaw remains have been recovered from excavations at Chaco Canyon. Macaws are native to the tropics and would have had to have come from the Gulf of Mexico. Another
Wild.
Mesoamerican import was copper bells, which would have likely been used in ceremonies by
This
priests.
is around what,
But the import
Michoacan?
item that I think we as 21st century people can appreciate the most is chocolate. Yes, people in
Chocolate!
Chaco Canyon loved their chocolate just as much as you. Scientists
Chaco.
recently confirmed this by testing residue left over in cylindrical vessels recovered at Pueblo Bonito. Incredibly, these tests showed that the residue contained traces of chocolate, which would have had to have come all the way from Mesoamerica. Now, I want to note that these imports are not unique to Chaco Canyon, but appear in other areas of the Southwest as well. Viewers who have watched our HoHoCom episode will remember these same trade links existed there too. Nevertheless, it shows
We
that
did
Chaco
watch that.
Canyon was well integrated into an international trade
Chocolate!
network that stretched deep into Mesoamerica. So, who was bringing such rare and exotic items into Chaco Canyon? Was there an elite class at Chaco Canyon governing all the people there? One would assume so. Someone or
My personal theory, because I've watched this before, is that their great houses and stuff were primarily for storage, and they were basically a trade hub. And then obviously we're like selling up into the plains of North America to the south west and all that. And yeah, clearly they were connected to even all the way down into central Mexico and stuff, which is an insanely long trade route over land specifically, especially given the technology and stuff they had. It's not like they had highways or anything.
some group would have had to organize and coordinate building operations and
Yes, and
help
then
manage
smaller
resources.
population
But the
that
evidence is actually
maintains the site,
spotty.
but
The great houses aren't built
most
like
people
palaces,
there are transient or merchants. So like,
and there don't appear to be any elite residences there. However, there is one compelling bit of evidence for an elite class at Chaco Canyon, and to examine that, let's check out Pueblo Bonito. During excavations of a northwestern room, dubbed Room 33, archaeologists discovered an extremely rich tomb. Inside this sealed room, 12 burials were found, two of which were very lavishly adorned, containing over 700 turquoise pendants and 15,000 turquoise and shell beads. To put that number another way,
sheesh,
these two burials alone account for 80% of the turquoise ever found in Chaco Canyon. Also
50%.
interred with these burials were flutes, wooden ceremonial staffs, cylinder jars, and conch shell trumpets. What's interesting about these two elaborate burials is
I'll
that they
turn it up.
date to about 850 CE, which was just as Pueblo Bonito was beginning to be built. The other bones were deposited in the tomb over a 300-year period, ending around 1130. Some have speculated that these rich tombs could have been the leaders of Pueblo Bonito, or maybe even the canyon itself. But wait, it gets even more interesting. In 2017, a genetic study showed that these burials in Room 33 shared a matrilineal connection, and would suggest that if these were high-ranking figures, that hereditary social status was passed down through the female line. As exciting as these discoveries are, these burials are
Female is generally easier to keep track of.
exceptional. No other elite burials have been recovered from any other great houses in the canyon, despite decades of excavations, which makes these burials look increasingly like anomalies. Whether Chaco Canyon was the seat of a government or an egalitarian community, we can't say for sure. At this point, we've explored the canyon in depth, but it's time to pull the camera back and adjust our perspective. You probably thought this episode was only about the canyon, but you were wrong. When we pull back and look around, what do we see? The outliers. What are the outliers? These are communities outside the canyon that have many Chaco features, such as house blocks and kivas built with core and veneer masonry. Like Chaco Canyon, many of them have similar small houses in their vicinity. And these are not just a few sites here and there. There are over 200 documented outliers in the San Juan Basin, with more being discovered. These communities tend to be smaller than great houses in Chaco Canyon, but they range greatly in size, and some are comparable. A good example is what is known as the Aztec Ruins site. And no, Aztec Ruins has nothing to do with the Aztecs. People 150 years ago believed that it did, hence the name, but further study has shown this to not be the case. The
Gotta love how so much of history is frequently people just being like, "Hey, this kind of looks like this," thinking it's that.
Aztec site has over 450 rooms and several kivas in its great house, and unlike the great houses in Chaco Canyon, it was inhabited by a large population. It's a wonderful site to visit if you ever find yourself near Farmington, New Mexico. It's only about a 30-40 minute drive from there. If you're curious why these outliers haven't garnered the same publicity as Chaco, it's because most of these are poorly preserved and many are buried in sand and dust. It's worth remembering that those majestic and towering ruins you see in Chaco Canyon today are the results of decades of restoration work and stabilization projects. Few of the outliers have gotten that same care and attention. These outliers didn't just copy the style of Chaco Canyon and leave it at that. They were integrated into a larger system centered on Chaco Canyon. Perhaps the best way to illustrate this is to take a look at the Chaco roads. These roads link various great houses to the canyon and fan out across the San Juan Basin.
Trade
They are
hub.
relatively recent discoveries, remaining largely overlooked in scholarship until the 1970s. Now, roads are not a Chaco original. There are examples of roads in the Southwest back in Basket Maker 3 times, but the Chaco people made them on a much grander scale. Their roads were constructed by excavating a roadbed by clearing rocks and vegetation, and then sometimes surfacing the roadbed with caliche, cobbles, or flagstone. On either side is usually a small masonry wall, curb, or mound. That sounds pretty pedestrian, pun intended, but it gets weirder. These roads can be absolutely massive. They range in size from about 1 meter wide to over 11 meters in some cases. Most are about 7 meters wide, about the same size as a 2-lane freeway according to the U.S. Department of Transportation. Not only that, these roads are remarkably straight, going in a straight line for many, many miles. Just look at that map. There's no gentle curves here, just a bunch of straight lines. In cases of rough terrain, their builders actually cut steps into rock sides to keep the roads straight. In some instances, there are parallel roads running alongside one another. Some of these roads appear to link up specific communities. The best example is the Great North Road that leaves Chaco Canyon, heads north, and links up with the Aztec site. Puzzlingly, though, many of these roads have no destination, and while some are very long, many others are bafflingly short. Many of them terminate abruptly in the middle of the desert. Whether this was intentional or simply the result of the road never being finished isn't known. Dating the roads themselves has been challenging, but most studies conclude that they date to the late 9th or early 10th century. Surveying these Chaco roads in the San Juan Basin has actually picked up in recent years because many are threatened by energy interests. Although Chaco Canyon itself is protected, the rest of the basin does not enjoy that same status. The San Juan Basin is rich in hydrocarbons and has been drilled for oil and natural gas throughout the 20th century, and such activities can disrupt or destroy roads or other ruins. However, during the making of this episode, Chaco Canyon got a break when the U.S. government instituted a moratorium on new oil and gas leasing and mining claims in the area around Chaco Canyon for the next 20 years. Not perfect, but hey, progress is progress. Along with the roads, the Chaco people also built a network of signaling
So long as it actually remains respected for the next 20 years and they don't revoke those rights.
stations, for lack of a better term, across the San Juan Basin. These were constructed on mesa tops and high points. Some of these high points contained houses and kivas, but what they have in common are the remains of large fireboxes that would have been visible across the horizon when they were lit. Remember that epic scene in The Lord of the Rings when the beacons from Gondor to Rohan are lit? Yeah, that's what we're talking about here, although some have speculated that mica mirrors may have also been used during the daylight. Their exact purpose is uncertain, but I'm pretty sure the Chaco Canyon wasn't summoning aid to fend off any orc armies. Either way, they would have provided a method of communicating quickly across huge distances. A good example of the range of this communication system can be seen between Chaco Canyon and the distant outlier of Chimney Rock. No, not that Chimney Rock in Nebraska that millennials will fondly recall from their days of playing Oregon Trail only to die of dysentery. We're talking about Chimney Rock National Monument in Colorado. Chimney Rock has
Colorado.
a small great house with 36 rooms and some kivas, but it also had one of those large fireboxes. From that point on Chimney Rock, way off in the distance, you can see Huerfano Mountain in New Mexico. Archaeology on Huerfano Mountain has also shown evidence of a large firebox, and from the top, you can see Pueblo Alto at the top of Chaco Canyon, which also had a similar firebox. That signaling system between Pueblo Alto and Chimney Rock covers an astounding 135 kilometers, or 84 miles. That is rad. Okay, so we got huge, expertly built roads and some amazing signaling stations.
Guess what? That's like a couple weeks journey on foot, at least.
Quite an impressive infrastructure. What were they used for? When these were originally discovered, it was believed that these were designed for economic functions like
Obviously, you
transporting
wouldn't be able to do that in a straight line.
people, goods, and information across the basin. While this view still has its champions, most archaeologists don't agree, and they point out that roads for transport usually avoid topographic obstacles instead of going right over them like the Chaco roads do. Increasingly, more abstract reasons, such as the roads having ceremonial purposes or being built as expressions of links between different communities, are gaining more attention. Others have suggested that these may have been pilgrimage routes or may have been constructed as part of a vast ritual landscape. These tie into larger discussions of Chaco Canyon and its role in the San Juan Basin, and we'll get into that later. Speaking of ceremony and ritual, one area of study in Chaco Canyon that has really taken off in recent decades is archaeoastronomy. The event that set this field off in the canyon was the discovery of the sun dagger on the Fajada Butte. In 1977, Chaco researcher Anna Sofar recorded 2 spiral petroglyphs on a rock wall that were covered by 3 large stone slabs. She noticed that light cast between the slabs would create a sliver of light on the spiral design. Subsequent investigations showed that this sliver of light, the sun dagger as it was termed, would bisect the spiral on the summer solstice and enclose it on the winter solstice. There's some debate about the dating of this, but judging from the dating of other buildings on the butte, the consensus is that this was contemporary with Chaco's heyday. This was probably an important ceremonial site used to commemorate the passage of the seasons. Some have even suggested that it may have been part of a solar shrine. Sadly, erosion and human activity have caused the slabs to shift, and the phenomenon is no longer visible, and the Park Service has made the decision not to restore it, but to leave it as it is. In the wake of the sun dagger's discovery, archaeoastronomers have looked back at the Chaco Canyon great houses with a fresh perspective, and have found several other astronomical alignments. For example, the axes of Casa Rinconada and Pueblo Bonito align with the cardinal directions and reflect a very careful and intentional plan in their design. Now, if you want to see a really cool synthesis of archaeoastronomy and traditional archaeology, let's briefly return to Chimney Rock. Remember how I mentioned that there's a great house at Chimney Rock? The placement of this great house is very interesting. From the site, you get a view of Chimney Rock and Companion Rock, 2 rock formations that jut into the sky. When the moon reaches its lunar standstill every 18.6 years, it'll rise right between those rocks. You might think that this is kind of cool on its own, but it gets better because using all that dendrochronology we discussed earlier, we can tell exactly when this was built, and we can see that the Great House was built in 2 phases. The first phase was built in 1076 during a lunar standstill year. The second phase and expansion was done in 1093, 18 years later, just in time for the next lunar standstill. Clearly, these builders were keeping a very close eye on the cosmos and celebrating celestial events. It's a really cool example of seeing how archaeoastronomy can shed light on the timing and purpose of a settlement's construction. It's also a good example of how the ancestral Pueblo, like many other ancient people, were keen observers of the sky and incorporated it into their architecture. We could dwell on this topic much longer, but that'll have to happen in another episode. So, what does all this mean? How do we explain Chaco Canyon? The short answer is we don't know, and we may never know. But you know what? Short answers are boring, so let's explore some different interpretations of Chaco Canyon. Early interpretations for Chaco Canyon focused on, of all people, the Aztecs. Early scholars and writers in the 19th century, beholding the massive ruins in Chaco Canyon, recalled that the Aztecs had claimed that they came from a place to the north called Aztlan before migrating south into the Valley of Mexico. And this was a tempting theory that colored their interpretation of the Southwest as a whole. It's why you see so many Southwestern sites with Aztec-inspired names. With the benefits of over a century of research, we can say that this is not the case, but some scholars still do maintain that Chaco Canyon may have been constructed with a lot of influence from Mesoamerica. While Mesoamerica certainly had contact with the Southwest and vice versa, the degree to which Chaco Canyon drew on Mesoamerican ideas is still debated. During the 20th century, people began to look at Chaco Canyon and its environs to explain its rise. In the 1970s, James Judge theorized that the Great Houses were not primarily residences, but warehouses for storing goods such as surplus food and turquoise. From there, they could be redistributed to the surrounding settlements in exchange for labor, but subsequent investigations have found little evidence to support the idea that Chaco Canyon was a center of distribution. Later interpretations suggested that Chaco Canyon was home to several ceremonial centers that had very few permanent residents. People would flow into the canyon at certain times of the year and stay to participate in religious and ceremonial rituals, resolve disputes, and engage in trade and exchange. In this model, it could have also functioned as a periodic trade center. This and similar theories still enjoy popularity to this day. However, critics of this theory are quick to point out the populations permanently living in small houses in the canyon and the agricultural infrastructure. The most prominent of these archaeologists, Arguin Vivian, claimed that Chaco Canyon could have supported a substantial population, and drew on ethnography from modern Puebloan peoples, like the Hopi and the Tiwa, to explain how communities could have been organized and how they could have sustained themselves. Still, other people have stressed that Chaco Canyon was a political center that could have used violence to coerce outside communities to serve them. They point out that violence was widespread in the San Juan Basin during most of Chaco's history, and perhaps Chaco Canyon represented a place where people could live together in larger numbers and be safe from outside attack. In the late 20th century, people began to look at Chaco Canyon as part of a wider landscape and proposed that Chaco Canyon could be understood as part of a constructed ritual landscape. This gained a lot of traction in the wake of all that archaeoastronomy that we mentioned earlier. Great houses, roads, and other astronomically aligned features were presented as grand recreations of the cosmos as the people of Chaco Canyon understood them. Now, many of you are probably asking the obvious question that I've neglected, which is how local indigenous people interpret Chaco Canyon. Now, I want to preface this by saying that modern indigenous people, particularly the Pueblo, have knowledge that has been passed down through generations that cannot be shared with people outside their community, and that because of this, they probably have their own unique understanding of Chaco Canyon that we are not privy to. And that's okay. Those oral traditions belong to them, and not to the curious public. However, what has been shared is very interesting. Navajo and Puebloan oral traditions share a story about a sorcerer called the Gambler who lived at Pueblo Alto and was gifted in games of chance. Through his gambling and sorcery, he won the other great houses in the canyon and their people and enslaved them and then took their possessions. He then forced them to build great stone houses for him. Eventually, the people rebelled, beheaded him, and shot his body like an arrow toward the south. Some have argued that based on that oral tradition, that Chaco Canyon may have been the center of an occult system with tyrannical rulers. Hopi historians have also pointed out that their histories note that some of their clans stopped at Chaco Canyon during their prehistoric journeys while they were discovering the Hopvivatsquani, the Hopi way of life. Some of these clans even claim to have lived in certain great houses for a time. Now, if you want the ultimate hot and spicy take on Chaco Canyon that doesn't involve aliens, giants, or white people and is worth your consideration, you'll want to tune in to Dr. Stephen Lexon. First of all, I have to say that Lexon's writings are an absolute joy to read. He has a wit and sarcasm in his writing that is very entertaining, and yet he brings a lot of insight and decades of field experience to bear. Lexon contends that Chaco Canyon was a political center that exercised authority over many of the surrounding communities in the San Juan Basin. and that it took many of its cues from Mesoamerica. However, Lexon's most interesting and controversial argument revolves around what is either an insane coincidence or the most incredible detail in Southwest archaeology. He points out that Chaco Canyon, Aztec ruins, and Casas Grandes all lie on a perfect north south axis, which he calls the Chaco Meridian, and claims that this was intentional and that when the builders of Chaco Canyon abandoned Chaco, they moved up to the Aztec site and following that site's abandonment, moved south to Casas Grandes. Really cool theory, and who knows, maybe he's right. But personally, I'm a bit skeptical that a cohesive and consistently minded leadership could stick around that long to plan those settlements according to such a grand plan. If you really want to dive into it, pick up his book, The Chaco Meridian, for some good reading. Or if you ain't got time for that, I'll link a lecture of his below where he discusses his theories about Chaco Canyon. Okay, so now that I've completely muddled the waters on Chaco Canyon's role in
I think, yeah, my biggest question is how I see how these two sites could be very closely related and probably constructed by the same political uh, group or dynasty or whatever. I want to know why he thinks this one is so connected.
Okay, so now that I've completely muddled the waters on Chaco Canyon's role and purpose, let's talk about the end of Chaco Canyon. What stopped all that building activity? Archaeology tells us that around 1115 CE, changes were happening in Chaco Canyon. This would be the final stage of building in the canyon, and it's noteworthy because a new style of great house architecture was being used. This style, called the McElmo style, was very different from previous great house architecture that we discussed. These McElmo buildings are made up of one or two compact structural units and have a kiva surrounded by rows of rooms. Good examples of this are the pueblos of New Alto and Clincletzo. Gone are those taco-shaped great houses with their large plazas. The McElmo style was all about squares and right angles. What drove these changes isn't certain, but it represented the last gasp of steam at Chaco Canyon. The latest tree rings in Chaco Canyon date to 1132 at Pueblo Alto. By 1150, the great houses stood empty and abandoned, and scientists actually have a pretty good idea of what caused this. In 1130, a massive drought began in the San Juan Basin that would last 50 years. Previously, the region had enjoyed a higher than average rainfall, but a drought on this scale in such a marginal environment was too much for the people of Chaco Canyon to take. Now, I don't want this to come off like a sudden catastrophic event. The evidence actually shows that the canyon was abandoned gradually. People probably started to realize that the Chaco way of life was no longer sustainable, and they slowly packed up and left for better lands. Although some buildings in the canyon were briefly reoccupied after 1200, and the canyon itself would be inhabited centuries later by the Navajo. Some outlier communities continued as well. As I mentioned earlier, Aztec ruins continued to be inhabited for another century before being abandoned in 1275. There's no evidence that the end of the Chaco world was violent. Nevertheless, the Great Chaco Experiment was over. A term used to describe these flourishing centuries of Chaco Canyon is the Chaco phenomenon, and I really like this term. It really drives home what a special moment it was in time and space. For about 2 centuries, rainfall patterns, Pueblo lifestyles, and beliefs lined up perfectly to make Chaco Canyon a bold new reality. Although Chaco Canyon still holds a lot of secrets and many competing theories debate its role and function, I hope that more investigation can enlighten us about what Chaco Canyon was and was not. New technologies such as LiDAR have completely changed the way that archaeologists can analyze the Chaco phenomenon, and I think it's safe to say that there's more to discover. Whatever the true story of Chaco is, I think we can agree that there's nothing like it in the Southwest, or in the world for that matter, which is why it's listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Today, the canyon receives tens of thousands of visitors annually from all over the world, and after watching this video, I hope that you can appreciate the incredible history behind it. If you ever find yourself in northwestern New Mexico, stop by, check it out, and appreciate its beauty. And speaking of travel, it's time for that special announcement I mentioned.
This is in the past or whatever. He's doing like a trip to, I think, Mexico, and he was like allowing like viewers and stuff to like sign up to go with like a group trip. Pretty neat. I didn't go, but the concept is neat. But yeah, I really like the Chaco Canyon video. might be maybe one of my favorite of theirs. I do really like the Northwest one, of course, but I do really like the idea of it being like a trade and religious ceremony, like hub in power that like connected all the canyons and stuff. I think the beacons that they had set up were really fucking insane and cool. So we'll be getting into news after this new UI you don't like. Um, Starting with a quick video about Israel and Gaza, and then get mostly into various stuff in the U.S. from the continued military deployment, ICE being basically the president's private army, to us antagonizing other nations in the Gulf of Mexico, starting with Venezuela, but of course we've already threatened to invade Panama, um, and some Epstein stuff and general economy stuff. And then we'll do some longer form videos. This one's foreign policy. Um, and then this one is the domestic policy one from the Pod Save people. I like their they know how government works a bit better than I do. They're a little liberal and a little demi
Let's bring in Elijah
Democratic Party
Manier, military and
aligned.
political analyst. He joins us from Paris. Elijah, good to see you again. What is your sense of where we're at right now? Is this the start of a new phase of the Israeli military campaign in Gaza City?
Thank you for having me. Well, beyond the military tactics, one wonder why now and why with such a scale? Is it the beginning of the invasion of Gaza City or a negotiation under fire? Flattening Gaza high rises isn't just about denying Hamas position. It feeds directly into Netanyahu's broader strategy. He doesn't want to avoid the war. He doesn't want quick victory. He wants his terms to be met, because if the war ends suddenly, he would be facing election and accountability. Therefore, not bringing the hostages alive, not willing to negotiate, not willing to give an answer to the positive reply of Hamas, then he goes to his best option is to go to war. And he's trying to say this is the beginning and the gate of hell will be open, as the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said.
And the Israeli army, before carrying out this raid, said that it took several measures.
Yeah, I mean, it's now they're very explicitly destroying every remaining standing structure. I mean, they had already destroyed an insane amount, but it's very explicitly an ethnic cleansing campaign at this point. Really irritating. There's so many people who refuse to see that.
To reduce the risk of harm to civilians, and they use precision munitions apparently, as well as aerial surveillance, as well as additional intelligence information. This is a statement from the Israeli army. How genuine is a statement like this, given people were given 15 minutes to evacuate before the strikes took place?
Any military analyst would look at the pictures and the video that you are putting on screen. It's impossible for in 15 minutes to evacuate hundreds of tents and all the people, refugee living in one building, and then to go where? Is there any safe place? Are the missiles launched by the Israelis that accurate? We haven't seen that claim really manifesting itself precisely in the last 700 days of war. We've seen how the Israelis are killing civilians and sometimes apologizing, most of the time accusing them of being a Hamas. So no, it is not giving them enough time to evacuate, and should not bomb in the vicinity of another refugee camp of people who evacuated more than 8 to 10 times from different parts of the Strip.
Okay, Elijah Manier, military and political analyst, joining us there from Paris. Thank you so much for your time. We're joined now in the studio by Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute. Mohammed, as always, good to have you on the program. What do you make of the events of the last hour or so? So we're now seeing the targeting of this high-rise building, potentially more high-rise buildings will be targeted, according to the warnings by the Israeli army. Is this the start, in your opinion, of a new phase of the Israeli military campaign in Gaza City? And what do you make of the timing here?
Well, I think it may well be the start of a new phase, but what I actually want to highlight is that this is a continuation of much of what we've seen now for about 23 months. I think that a lot of this doesn't make sense unless we reference the broader Israeli military doctrines that govern their Gaza military conduct. So they have the Dahiya doctrine, which was laid out by a former military general in 2008 in an Israeli newspaper. So it's not some sort of conspiracy. He said it openly. He said that our aim is to punish civilians and civilian areas. Any place that attacks or out of which comes an attack against Israel is not considered a civilian area. That's what he says, and people can look up the quote. The other doctrine that's really important for Gaza is the 100-to-1 ratio. So at the very beginning of the war, according to Israeli media outlets, Local Call and Plus 972, high-ranking Israeli officials authorized the 100-to-1 ratio, whereby Israel gives itself the right to kill more than 100. I'm quoting the article now that was published in April of 2024 in Plus 972, more than 100 civilians in order to try and kill a single military commander. So that's why you get bombings, attacks like this, where an entire high-rise, we saw previously in the war, entire neighborhoods destroyed.
The disgusting doctrine.
In a couple of hours, and hundreds of people killed, because Israel operates according to these rules of engagement. You don't have to be an expert in international law to know that this is a violation of international humanitarian law. It's a violation, a gross violation of the principle of proportionality. So even if there was a target in the area, but Israel wants to punish the civilians. It doesn't think that there are civilians in Gaza. And the ultimate aim, as you all have been reporting now, and I was following some of the other analysts, and I agree with them, the ultimate aim here is to drive the people out of Gaza altogether.
It's notable, isn't it, that when the plan for seizing the whole of Gaza City was initially announced a few weeks back by the Israelis, there was this international condemnation, wasn't there? Even within Israel, the Israeli army was complaining about how
All talk.
this plan made no sense. But once again, it hasn't appeared to have had any impact on Israel when it comes to carrying out what it wants in Gaza.
Yeah, well, as many very smart analysts, people much smarter than me, have been saying for many months, someone's going to have to stop Israel. There has been no genocidal actor which has ever stopped a genocide out of the goodness of its heart. And so Israel is going to have to be forced to stop. And right now, I think the only entity in the world that is capable of stopping Israel is the United States. They are the world's superpower. They hold the keys to the international system. They are capable of blocking, as they have been doing now for 2 years.
I mean, given the recent China celebration inviting like Russia and all of them, the U.S. at least holds the key to all the Western countries who are actively backing the genocide. I mean, the U.S. is, of course, the biggest backer, but the U.K. and France are also pretty large. Germany, in terms of like weapons and funding, the U.S. is the one very explicitly also protecting them in the United Nations and all of that.
All meaningful momentum toward a peaceful resolution in the United Nations Security Council, and they have, of course, other means. So I think all eyes should be on Washington, and is there any sort of indication? Is there any sign that the Trump administration is going to say enough is enough?
No.
He
So
made
turn
some
it into
interesting
his
comments
resort.
this week about Israel, saying that Israel was losing the public relations war, but he's made that comment in the past, and so I don't sense that we're in for any sort of change, sadly and unfortunately.
Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute, good to have you on the program.
This is relevant to our discussion earlier.
And yeah, so that's just the update on Gaza. I mean, much more to say than it's still happening. The genocide is still happening. Let's get into America's own descent into fascism.
Here with Greg Stoker and kind of what you were saying, Brandon, about how our tools of imperialism are basically coming home to the United States, how we're building this infrastructure where there's going to be the capacity for so much incarceration of immigrants, but then political dissidents. And we're at a place where, at least right now, the administration is building out the capacity for a mass carceral state, even more than the one that we already have as the #1 jailer in the world, both I think per capita and also
we're not per capita. We're not quite per capita, but in terms of raw numbers, we're close per capita. I think occasionally some South American countries might beat us, but in terms of raw numbers, we detain more people than China. They have more people than we do.
Right.
Yeah.
For freedom.
We're working on it. We're working on it.
Working on it. This article in the Washington Post, it was really disturbing. The Washington Post went to an ICE Career Expo in Texas and just listened to some of the quotes from the people that they profiled who showed up. As we know, the Trump administration, via the big ugly ass bill, has exploded the ICE budget by many times over, so that its budget is way larger than, say, the FBI and any other law enforcement agency in the country. And so they have to have a hiring kind of recruitment drive. And some of the people went, the Washington Post interviewed some of these people. And scroll up to the top of the article, if you don't mind here, Matt. It opens like this. Christian Osborne has been itching to serve his country since he was discharged from the Marines after refusing the coronavirus vaccine. Oh my God. He thinks Americans have a naive view of illegal immigration and wants to be a part of President Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign. Every country for its entire existence has always had borders. We're the only country who says, come on in, says Osborne 24.
I'm stupid.
There needs to be a control on who can come in.
Yeah, he doesn't understand
sure you're not some psycho.
anything
now, we'll just
in
pause for a
history
second.
beyond the last like 100 years.
Right.
Of coronavirus vaccine.
Right. We'll just pause for a second to say, Brandon, you're in Europe. I was just there for my honeymoon. And, I had to transfer in a European country to get to Italy where I was going. And you just see how easy it is if you are like a European person with a passport to go country to country. There were separate lines for it, in part because countries have borders, but we have a heavily militarized one, and that is a policy choice, as opposed to other countries where, they don't see human travel as this like existential threat. Although, of course, the migrant crisis, the backlash to migrants in Europe is horrific too. But the point is just like the way we operate along our borders is a choice.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The modern and porous nature of borders is just that, incredibly modern. It wasn't until like midway through the 20th century that borders became the way that they are now, or started to become the way they are now, in order to restrict the free movement of people, still allowing the free movement of capital in a lot of situations, which we still do. But prior to that, and especially going back to like pre-nation state, like borders just meant different things because countries or like nations or states were centralized in like a monarch or like capital in a more comprehensive way. Like
most of history not even
people
really that centralized.
That the past always looked like the present does in their in their imagination, and it just doesn't work that way.
Right. And there have been estimates that around 2 billion people by I think 2100 is what the assessment is, are going to be likely in uninhabitable places in the on the earth that are going to need to migrate, or they could die. So this problem is going to continue to escalate, and right now we have an administration that is quadrupling down on border fascism.
Well, and what is this all a response to? Like, look at what's going on in Europe. These displacements are caused by, in large part, the Western hegemonic foreign policy. Why are people displaced from the Middle East?
Violent imperialism.
Or Northern Africa. Or in our cases, like Venezuela. Does it have, look, not to take all...
I mean, so the U.S. has done so many military coups and regime changes throughout South and Central America. We constantly are doing offensive wars in the Middle East. And then, of course, Africa has been violently colonized for the past couple centuries. So, when areas are constantly violently suppressed or in upheaval and all that stuff, no shit there's going to be refugees. No shit they're going to want to go to areas that aren't in constant upheaval.
Agency away from Maduro or whatever, right? We went straight at their number one industry, oil, and gave it a Great Depression. And then we're shocked that people are displaced because of it. Like,
Also, climate.
Not only with Venezuela, like we caused like their economic shock that led into a depression. Trump, at the end of his first term, is the one who gave many Venezuelans their like temporary protective status and allowed them to come into the U.S. Almost like he was trying to make it seem like there is like an immigration surge right as he's losing power, so that he could use that excuse again to regain power.
Of course, exactly. Already,
the Democrats aren't going to go against it because it's actually like a good humanitarian act, and they like to at least put on the image of being good humanitarian, human rights loving people.
Already an issue, and people say like act as if it's some come in the future. No, this is already having displacements because of global warming.
It's happening, absolutely. Bangladesh is like projected to lose 17% of its like land over the course of the next 25 years by nature of like rising water levels. 30% of it's like agriculture land by nature. And it's only one of just a not infinite number, but like every country is having issues like this, whether it's heat, expanded heat domes and longer heat waves and heat streaks, making parts of American Southwest like uninhabitable or projected to be uninhabitable by like a certain projected date, or water rising in Florida. Like so much of the future is uncertain by nature of how like the climate has been like taken advantage of by our governments and our like large companies.
Well, it's why Naomi Klein and Astra Taylor had that piece where they referred to this movement as end times fascism, where the right understands that we are dealing with things like catastrophic climate change and that our levels of income and wealth inequality are unsustainable and that capitalism is failing in many ways. But you have a guy like Donald Trump who is nearly 80 years old and looks like shit. And these older kind of business people, heads who are just going, let me get mine while I'm here on this earthly plane, because that's all, it's fatalistic and nihilistic, as opposed to like, say, like a more aspirational form of nationalism that perhaps previous Republican administrations would harness. This is about enclosing our borders, shoring things up, fortifying ourselves like we're Israel or something, and like both like keeping capital within the hands of the people who are already wealthy. I mean, that's how Trump is designing his economic policy around the tariffs, killing industries that are promising and future oriented, like stuff around climate, and making sure that we just like oil, coal, all the guys that are rich will add to your pile. That's our central promise. And the border fascism piece is a part of that. I just want to scroll to the...
Because if they keep pushing the climate change disaster forward, causing these problems, especially with immigration and then they can keep using those excuses to keep ramping up the fascism and the violent suppression of other people, maintaining their wealth to,
final, like there's a few paragraphs at the end. This guy really struck me, the former MMA fighter, his quote here. They interview a few people, including a man of Mexican heritage who is joining, in part because there's a big bonus, 5-figure bonuses for these ICE agents, and he's saying he wants to go after the criminals, so he still believes that.
I'm sorry, it's just when you're describing the background of these people, I'm like, yeah, this is like also the background of like every power slap, like professional slap fighter. It's just like washed out, retired MMA fighter, dude who used to be in the military but had to quit because of vaccines. Like,
yep.
It's either these are the only jobs in the Trump economy.
Slap fighter, ICE agent, take your pick.
Yeah. You're the only two jobs. Either way, you're getting brain damage.
These are the type of people where we got going postal from after Vietnam.
Yep.
That's
And
who we're recruiting for this.
Listen to this quote here. Reports of rough tactics don't bother Aaron Eli either. A former bantamweight MMA fighter who went by the ring name The Cyborg, Eli settled on an IT career after his hip gave out. He limped into the hiring expo last week, hoping ICE could use his computer expertise. He said he felt he was no longer able to advance in the private sector because the market is crowded with candidates from India willing to do work for less. I keep seeing these memes where Indians are bragging about taking our tech jobs, said Eli, 36. So I said, oh yeah?
So fucking
I'm
stupid.
going to work with these guys that are going to arrest you.
What a fucking stupid, spiteful way to live your life.
Slam your face on the pavement and send you home. So when we're talking about how difficult it is to combat, say, the construction of ICE concentration camps or private prisons in communities that have been left behind in this country, redder, rural areas where there's very little economic opportunity, you can see basically why that kind of selling point by fascists is so difficult to combat, because we don't have an opposition party that's talking about redistributing wealth in a way that would combat these problems.
Or who the villain is in that situation, right, which is the capitalists. Yeah. And I got news for him. All the Silicon Valley guys who you're worried about using Indian labor to undercut wages here at home, they're taken care of still. Like the first, in the lame dunk, Elon Musk and Trump were saying, actually, we're going to still do the H-1B visas. Like, but you're not being, like, the actual issue here isn't going to be solved by you supposedly inflicting violence on the workers.
Right. But also, like, does he not realize that all those Indian tech workers are here on H-1B1? Like, they're here. They're not who ICE is going after.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they might be. I mean, they're revoking.
They're
going after legal immigrants too. His motivation is one of racism, so he's like the perfect fit for that. But it's also like Hitler understood giving young men employment opportunities within the Nazi Party to engender a level of loyalty when the economy wasn't working for them.
Yeah.
And what really scares me about this ICE recruitment is that we're seeing the economy collapse. We have like the worst job numbers that are coming out since April 2021.
They're doing it all on purpose.
Yesterday it was announced.
Not only has Trump's economic policies and all but him to consolidate wealth in his family and also with other people who already have a ton of wealth and who are bending the knee to him or were already supporting him. But it also, it causes everyone else in the country who he'll need as his, his people who can go die in his wars and people who can continue to work and maintain, food and all and production of weapons, etc. By then making it so they lose their jobs and they're forced to go take jobs with their fascist war machine. How they, well, at least I'm alive and I make a living.
That there are more unemployed people than job openings for the first time since April 2021. Inflation due to the tariffs is exploding, and it's going to keep getting worse towards the end of the year. And I think the administration fundamentally understands that it functions as a regressive tax, and so we will provide opportunities with our Gestapo recruitment effort, and that is how fascism works.
Wow. Absolutely. And just to jump in quickly, like it even predates Hitler. In the, when slavery was still law in the South and in America, they used to encourage like poor whites who could not afford to own their own slaves to rent slaves for the day, to rent slaves for short periods of time, to be able to play slave owner in such a way that would help them feel like the gap between them and richer white people was being shrunk, right? Because that is like one of the promises of these ethno supremacist hierarchies, that like, yeah, you may not be at the top with the other rich white people, but we can make you feel like, you at least have a permanent underclass, which makes you feel like the gap between the upper class of whites who are, using this hierarchy just to their advantage. You can at least feel like you have something more in common with them than you do with the people in the bottom, which you have infinitely more in common with. So this is as American as apple pie, because it's been a way to like divide the working class for, as long as there's been a capitalist class who needed to divide the working class.
Imagine if there was apps in 1850. There'd probably be an app where you could rent a enslaved.
It's not exactly like just the capitalist thing. It's the authoritarian. It's back to like clans and nomads and stuff. The right makes right to kings. All of them have had I'm on top, but if you fight and kill the other people for me, then you get to also feel like you're kind of on top. Working. Yay. What could go wrong?
Person from a plantation.
Could go wrong when who can murder who? Choices. What could go wrong when people who are born into power just could be able to run things? It definitely doesn't get incestuous, and definitely doesn't get to a point where none of them are actually as capable as they like to think themselves are, because they've never faced accountability. They never actually struggled to learn, grow as a person. Crazy fucking Neros of the world. Bullshit.
An owner yeah, that's America.
Slave dash.
I mean,
we're not far.
We're not far. I mean,
we're working our way backwards.
Like DoorDash and that kind of stuff.
Did you see the video?
Bringing stuff to you like at your beck and call.
It's absolutely that.
Like that's what rich people have all the time. But hey, you got it on your phone. Go on.
Did you see that video where it was a compilation of delivery drivers having to run from dogs and people being like, haha, this is funny.
It makes me sick.
It's disgusting.
Remember we had that flash flood a few months ago, and I saw like some stupid like New York City culture account I follow just like to keep up with the city posted like NYC delivery drivers built different because this guy was motoring through water up to his shoulder blades. I'm like, this isn't like a quirky function of New York City. This is like absolutely horrific that people feel like they need.
Yeah, it's like feel good stories. 4-year-old worked 27 hours a week in a soup kitchen to help pay off his like fellow students' lunch debt or something. Like, why the fuck is this a feel good story? This is not a feel good. Terrifying. Why does a kid have to do that so that other kids don't go into debt for needing to eat?
Have to go through these conditions without any protections from their companies. These are all gig workers to deliver food to people. Give me a break.
Yep, the service worker economy is part of that same, that same idea, right? That you may have to take crap from your middle manager at your desk job in some office or some remote from home situation, but at least you get to give that, that same amount of shit to a service worker. You get to rent being the manager for some person, and where you can give them that same amount of like, at least imagined grievance, and it makes you feel better. Like it's a sadomasochistic system that gets people to like imagine that they have to give people who are coming up the same amount of garbage they feel like they've gotten.
Right. Sage Sunday, the MMA guy, talking about always seeing memes about Indians taking jobs is exactly how the algorithm works to radicalize us. Have you ever seen a meme like that? I haven't, and I work in IT.
No idea what he's talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, remember, they're all telling on themselves with the, like, my feet are all...
Also, like... Okay, so a meme was made, I guess, but you don't even know if it was made by an Indian person or if it was just some other racist white guy imagining this in his fucking head and making a meme about it. Like, get a fucking life, people. Who gives a shit?
Black guys fighting white people. It's like, because you're your not algorithm is for Nazis. Congrats.
Yeah, you're on the client algorithm. I mean, it is
also, yeah, based on just if you keep looking for it, your algorithms on all your social media are just going to keep feeding it to you. Fucking simple.
Shocking. Like, I can't even imagine what that content looks like, where it's like an Indian guy being like, haha, American, I'm coming to take your IT job. Like,
yeah.
Actually, if people have seen that stuff, I'd like to see an example of it.
Okay. Shoot, where did my IMs go? Oh. Small D Democrat, does the guy know the Indians taking the jobs are usually way over there in India? Yeah. Right.
Well, I mean, the problem with the H-1B visas thing is they're allowed to be over here, but not given citizenship or any of the protections of being an American would entail.
But what they're saying is, so many American companies just outsource the work anyway. It's not like these are American jobs that they're giving them away already. They weren't American in the first place when an Indian guy took it because they're already in India.
And basically kept under control of bosses. That's the problem with H-1B visas. Anybody who is working for a capitalist, in my opinion, in America should have immediate citizenship. But it's like this sort of halfway measure where, and I don't like liberals that pretend like that's an immigration program. It's not an immigration program. It's a bonded labor program.
Yeah. Moody Apollos. In America, where there's only two jobs, prisoner and prison guard, Brandon always comes through with bars. Very true. Sam's garbled syntax. Honestly, I don't know why the IDF doesn't bomb the flotilla. Would anyone blink at this point? I mean, yes, because there are 40 people from 44 different countries whose government may not be as fascistic as ours right now.
But that said, like I'm still, like, in the back of my mind, every time they've been interdicted, I'm concerned about it. Because I mean, the way they detained Smalls last time, like they're all it takes is one Israeli to decide, like, oh, my finger's itchy, and they'll excuse it.
Yeah.
I think we have to admit, and I think this is just part of like the way in which the West normalizes its own politics and politicians, that Israel is a rogue state that is being led by a religious zealot. And that means they're very dangerous and very unpredictable. They've been framed by our media as being a predictable, rational, democratic actor in the Middle East, but they aren't that. We can see that they aren't that. So, I mean, it's, I think, perfectly reasonable to not know what they might do. But I do think that there is still a rational faction within Israel, which understands that if they were to do that, the way the tide is turning amongst a lot of countries in like Western Europe and, you know, just around the world, it might be the thing that allows for Western European countries to start disaggregating themselves from Israel, just like totally, without like coming across as being too pro-Muslim or too pro this. So it might give a lot of countries that have been, like, let's be honest, just stalling until the genocide is over, the excuse to like go like, hey, yeah, we're against this. We're actually always been against this. So, I mean, I think it would be a very dangerous proposition, but they're a very dangerous country.
Yeah. Also, gotta say, guys, we tried with the phones. We're still having the same issue today as apparently was happening yesterday. So,
well, it's a slightly different issue, so which is always fun.
Yeah,
like variety.
But more time for clips. El Canipsion, thanks for turning me on to Greg. I listen to Colonial Outcast regularly. They are heavily shadow banned. It's a great show. Tom Cotton's Beard, thank you guys so much for talking to Greg. He's a treasure. If you haven't yet, everyone should check out Colonial Outcast. Yes. Mayada, mutual aid fundraiser for families under direct threat of forced displacement from the north to south. Spot.fund/direct aid. Okay. Thank you for sharing.
We're looking at a pretty grim century when you look at the countries that are most affected by global warming versus the countries that are most responsible for global warming. And Yeah, it turns out that the countries that are most responsible for it aren't going to be the most affected. It's all going to be between the meridians.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe.
Wahoo! Alright. YouTube. Terrible, terrible UI changes. I hate them. Alright. Moving on. More federalization. This time from Fox.
Has reportedly approved the use of a Navy base for ICE operations in Chicago as the city anticipates a large-scale immigration enforcement as soon as today.
Meanwhile, Illinois.
Definitely not at all concerning that the military and ICE just keep getting more and more and more intertwined, and also the fact that ICE basically has a budget to rival the military's proportionally.
Governor J.P. Pritzker is sending a warning should the National Guard show up.
We're going to immediately go to court. If National Guard or other military troops are deployed to the city of Chicago, immediately go to court. The future of our democracy, the future of America is on the line.
Right. Let's bring in Trey Gowdy, host of Sunday Night in America and author of the new book, The Color of Death. Do you think America is on the line if we send National Guard to help an American city, Trey?
I think
a stupid fucking way to word that question.
your life
Not helping an American, occupying one that doesn't need an occupation.
might be on the line if you don't. I mean, what I find so bitterly ironic is the
What I find so bitterly ironic.
Johnsons of the world seem to be concerned about some of your constitutional rights, but not the most fundamental right of all, which is the right to stay alive. I mean, look at what happened in Chicago over Labor Day weekend. So, I mean, you want to talk about due process, you want to talk about posse comitatus, you want to talk about all these obscure law school principles. How about you staying alive, Governor? So,
how about you stay alive, Governor?
The feds don't need to ask his permission to go enforce immigration laws.
But they don't want any police, though. They want to defund the police, criminals back on the street with their DAs. They don't want the feds there. They don't want ICE there. They don't want the National Guard there. They've become a lawless party, right?
It's fucking insane anyone actually believes this shit.
Good luck running on that, because if there's any issue in the world that unifies people, it is the desire not to go to bed at night to the background noise of gunshots.
How inbred is this man?
Not to worry about your personal property being stolen. You know, Lawrence, I never had a crime victim ask me about politics. Never once.
That's that Habsburg jawline.
That is a unifying thing. We want to stay alive. We want our kids to stay alive. We want our personal property respected. And they've turned it into this blue versus red issue. That's not what it is. It's a life versus death issue. The fact that he's so happy about going to court to stop Donald Trump, how about be happy about keeping those 57 young people alive, most of whom are African-American males in Chicago? So how about get excited about keeping them alive?
Yeah, I think it's more than an 80-20 issue. Everyone wants their city to be safe, Democrats and Republicans. I don't know why they don't want all the help they can get. Trey, congratulations on the new book. It's called The Color of Death, and it is the #2 bestseller right now. Tell us about the book. If people are interested in reading a novel, what are they going to learn from it, or tell us what it's about?
What it's like to be a real prosecutor
give a shit
and the relationship
about this man's book.
Right. Tell him thank you to everybody that
weather afternoon.
Still going on about his book. Is this mostly just about his stupid fucking book?
Death is just so soft.
Very powerful. Yeah, it's a sad reality, but that's the way God wanted it. That's the way God made it.
God wanted him to be older than us. Right? And Trey, you might be the oldest, but you are the best golfer out of all of us. So that's something that you're...
Last weekend, Trey.
Yeah, we're skipping this shit. It's just Fox News blowing some dipshit who tried to write a book.
And let's head back to Washington, where the Department of Defense may soon have a new name. And that news is coming directly from White House officials. They say President Donald Trump will make it official in an executive order later today. And the new name he's pushing for, the Department of War. That is a title the agency last held in the late 1940s. Now, today's move will allow the DoD, government agencies, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to start using the new moniker as a secondary title. The Trump administration already praising the decision. They argue the term Department of War, quote, conveys a stronger message of readiness and resolve. So we start there with team.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of an appropriate name for what they actually do there, given we're just constantly bombing and overthrowing other countries. But
coverage and standing by for us.
Also insane that he's doing that after campaigning on being the president of peace and constantly asking for a Nobel Peace Prize and saying, "Oh, I made peace with 7 wars." The jack shit.
Senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon. But first, let's get to CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro. Aaron, thank you for joining us today. Can you walk us through where this name originated and why the agency nixed it in the first place?
Yeah, Mugo, the Department of War was the original name established by Congress in 1789 after they ratified the Constitution. And that was the name of the agency until the 1940s when President Harry S. Truman changed the name to the National Military Establishment and merged the Navy and War Departments along with the newly minted Air Force. Congress then renamed it to the Defense Department 2 years later. Today, this name change back had been floated for some time now by President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, as they believe it'll be a reminder of victories from the U.S. in World War I and II during that old name of the Department of War. It also comes as Trump and Hegseth have broadly criticized what they call, quote, wokeness in the military that fomented during President
Meaning it's all bullshit and who gives a fuck? This isn't going to help anybody.
Biden, from pushing against pronouns being mentioned in email signatures to working to prevent transgender Americans from serving in the military.
So, Aaron, is this a done deal once the president signs the executive order later today, or when does it become finalized?
In a way, no. The executive order expected for today would restore the Department of War as a secondary title, so it can be used in official correspondence. For example, Secretary Hegseth can now refer to himself as the Secretary of War. But technically, renaming the department outright would need to be done by Congress. This executive order today does instruct Hegseth to work on that through legislative and executive actions. And we're already seeing 2 Republican members in Congress, Senator Mike Lee of Utah and Congressman Greg Steube from Florida, introducing legislation to permanently change the name to the Department of
War. All cultural war nonsense, again, doesn't do anything to any American struggling with affording rent or food or getting a job or
Aaron, I got to ask you about money here, because just how much would a change like this cost?
Yeah, the rebranding could be the primary cost. For one example, an Army official told Congress in 2023 that changing the names of just 9 Army bases to remove references to Confederate soldiers and leaders could cost $39 million. The White House has not said their estimates for what it could cost this time to change the name to Department of War, but we know that this administration, through the efforts that we saw earlier this year at the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, have looked to the Pentagon for potential government cuts.
All right, Aaron Navarro in Washington, D.C. for us today. Thank you. Now let's bring in CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. Charlie, thank you for your time. What is the view for those at the Pentagon on reverting the DoD to its former name?
Do you know what's in a name, especially in a place like this? By the way, I want to point out, it was named the National Military Establishment. An old story goes that NME sounded too much like enemy to keep that name in place, so it was changed again. So it might be true. But it really depends on who you talk to. There's a lot of eye rolls in the hallways. Others understand the thinking behind it. This warrior mentality that Hegseth has been drilling down from the Secretary of Defense on down since he got here. And there are actually vestiges of the War Department, as it were. That still stands outside our building here, our live position outside the building that marks the foundation of the Pentagon. And that might affect people inside the building long before it becomes official, as it were, before it may require congressional approval. Because as you said, like the defense secretary might be called the Secretary of War. The briefing room, which we used to go to, might be called the Pentagon War Annex. So really stand by.
Yeah, we shall stand by, indeed. Okay, Charlie, you have got some exclusive reporting about Venezuelan fighter jets that flew over U.S. Navy ships just yesterday. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so this is a story we first reported last night, that armed F-16s flew near the Jason Dunham destroyer, and a few hours later, the Pentagon released a statement saying that the Venezuelan military deployed, actually it didn't even say the Venezuelan military, but they deployed fighter jets that flew close to a U.S. naval vessel in what was described as a highly provocative move designed to interfere with our counter-narco-terror operations. And further, a warning, and this is important. So it said the cartel running Venezuela is strongly advised.
We bombed a ship full of civilians, assumed were drug dealers, despite the fact that any drug trade from South America tends to happen on the other side of the landmass, you know, in the Pacific, not in the Gulf. But anyway, ships to act like this, and now we're acting all offended. Fuck off.
Not to pursue any further effort to obstruct, deter, or interfere with counter-narcotics operations carried out by the U.S. military. It's important to note the language. The cartel running Venezuela, not the government, not the president, the cartel. And that kind of language is important because this is being framed as a war against drug cartels and not against the state of Venezuela. But those lines are being blurred. Some of that's intentional. It's all part of the optics.
And before you go, Charlie, I know it's a busy day out there. We want to ask you about this. Reuters reports the U.S. has ordered the deployment of 10 F-35 fighter jets to Puerto Rico for operations against drug cartels. So what capabilities do jets like...
That is in addition to the 7 ships we currently now have off the coast of Venezuela. Wow, that's a lot of resources to watch for drug ships that, again, wouldn't be exiting Venezuela from this side anyway.
this have, and what would operations actually end up looking like?
Yeah, well, first of all, we can confirm that report. So CBS News can report that those jets are headed there. So it's one of the military's most advanced fighter jets. It's agile, stealthy, 35-foot wingspan. It can travel twice the speed of sound, 1,200 miles an hour. It's also got a very advanced weapons platform. It's 1,800-pound payload. It's got air-to-air missiles, guided bombs. They were most recently involved in the bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities as an escort along with the F-22 fighter jets that were providing protection for those B-2 bombers that dropped those deep penetrating bombs. So we understand the F-35s are expected to be in place by the end of next week. These are among the Air Force's most capable fighting platforms or fighter jets. And if this is a flex, it's a show of force, it's a pretty serious flex.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Charlie D'Agata, thank you for joining us today.
Well, it has been a week of rapid escalation between the US and Venezuela, and we've been bringing it to you every day here on the show, amid the Trump administration's, of course, war on drug cartels. Today, the US announced it's sending 10 fighter jets to Puerto Rico as it looks to bolster its presence in the region. On Thursday, 2 Venezuelan military aircraft flew near a US Navy vessel in international waters, in a move the Pentagon's calling highly provocative. And that same day, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said, quote, there is a possibility, if you remember, of stationing U.S. military personnel in Ecuador. And these latest movements and developments come after U.S. strike on a Venezuelan speedboat that the Trump administration claims was carrying drugs that killed 11 people. And that happened on Tuesday. Meanwhile, sources say the Pentagon abruptly canceled classified briefings on the deadly strike that was scheduled for today. And the attack is fueling suspicions in Caracas that Washington is attempting to topple the regime of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The U.S. accuses President Maduro of involvement in trafficking drugs, a charge he vehemently denies. I want to bring in Stefano Posamon in Venezuela's capital in Caracas. And Stefano, give us a sense then of what Maduro is saying regarding these 2 military aircraft that flew very close to a U.S. vessel. Give me, what are they telling you? The U.S., you heard what the U.S. is saying, highly provocative.
Yes, indeed, Isa. I think that in this crisis there are 2 dimensions. On one side is the confrontation between the United States and the Maduro government. I think we have passed the point of the inflammatory rhetoric, of the discourse. We've seen that the U.S. is willing to take decisive action and, frankly, killed 11 Venezuelans on the allegations that they were carrying drugs in a speedboat cruising across the Caribbean Sea. And that, of course, has been protested by the Maduro government. They have also protested the recent deployment of US Navy at large. They did not address the incident with the two F-16 fighter jets, which of course are American-made, so in a way trying to add even insult to injury. When we asked them, they pointed out, however, that several countries in the Caribbean community of the CELAC protested the deployment of the Navy. So that is the big geopolitical aspect in this story. And on the other side, you have everyday Venezuelans who are trying, in one way or another, to go on with their day. This is a country that is still grappling with dramatic economic conditions, of course, and where most of the people, however they would like to see a change in government, at least here in Caracas, they are also very aware that the US has put pressure on Maduro in the past, and they're not believing that this time is any different. We were able to speak with a fisherman, for example. His name is Eduardo, and he's one of the people that actually need to take on his boat and go into the Caribbean Sea to try fish up, to bring food to the table for his family, frankly. This is what he told us just yesterday, Lisa.
Work has not stopped for these artisanal fishermen, says Eduardo Ulloa.
Claro, sí me dio un poquito de nervio, pero...
You can be a bit nervous, of course, but we still have to go out fishing. Otherwise, what are we gonna eat? Authorities have not issued warnings to keep these boats at bay. And with Venezuela's economy still in dire straits, nobody can afford an idle day. Small-scale fishermen like Ulloa normally stay within 20 nautical miles from the coast. They hardly risk encounters with the US flotilla, but still spend hours at sea without any comms. You stand up on the boat and look around, all you see is the sky and the sea.
And Isa, make no mistake that this is a country that Maduro still rules under an iron fist. Just in the last 12 months, more than 100, I think it's 106 political opponents have been detained, and that's what we're hearing from human rights groups. So you can understand why, even though many people here are hoping for a change in government, they're definitely not the ones cheering up for an intervention, at least at this time. But do stay tuned in Venezuela, because I think this is a story that will give us more and more to talk about in the future. Isa?
Absolutely. So many detained, millions of others have left the country. A very good story for us to cover, important story for us to be on, of course. Thank you very much indeed, Stefano.
Joining us, a member of the House Oversight Committee, Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, who is a Democrat from Arizona. So your colleagues, Congresswoman Ro Khanna, Tom Massey, you heard them. They're confident. Are you confident?
I am. I mean, I'm disappointed that we don't have the numbers quite yet, but, you know, I sat in the room with the survivors of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell for several hours listening.
Yeah, topic change. Epstein updates. There's a group of survivors who held a conference and have said that they're going to be releasing their own list of clients that they know because, you know, they were victim to them.
To their heartbreaking testimonies, their stories, their account of this massive cover-up and the sex trafficking that they endured. And there were several members of the Republican Party in the room, men who, from what I saw, were listening intently and seemed deeply concerned about what they heard. And I actually spoke with Congressman Massey the other day about this. Where are the men? You just saw the photos. We have Massey and we have 3 Republican women so far. I think more men need to step up and sign this discharge petition if they truly believe in accountability. So I'm hoping that the ones who were in the room and actually heard directly from the women feel compelled to do so.
Well, I think obviously the part of the problem is that when you see Republican Tom Massey doing what he's doing, he's taking a tremendous amount of heat from Donald Trump on this. In fact, he's gotten to the point where he told Donald Trump that he wants the ads that are going after him to stop. Same party, right? So given the pressure we're seeing, I wonder what does give you confidence, since the president has been pretty successful in this term at keeping Republicans from going against him.
So it's insane, like, how guilty Trump has been acting this whole fucking time, and he continues to be like, don't fucking release the Epstein files. Don't fucking release them or I'll kill you. Like, and some of his base are still like, no, I believe him. He's not in it. He didn't do anything wrong.
I think things have changed. I think that the public pressure is so compelling and so serious right now on this issue. I think it was a watershed moment to see these women on the steps of the United States Capitol. I mean, the crowd was massive. You know, we had so many people there, women, some of them sharing their stories for the first time ever. And in talking to them, they feel that this time is different. Of course, I think that they are very rightfully distrustful. They're rightfully skeptical, but they said this time feels different. Now, where I'm extremely concerned is for their safety. I think that they are taking a massive risk putting themselves out there like this. They want justice and they deserve justice. And there has been now decades of a cover-up taking place in this. And it's not just about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. It's about all of the individuals who were complicit, enabled the abuse and the cover-up and the crimes and the sex trafficking that went on for so long. And those individuals are still out there. Those perpetrators are still out there. One of the most, something I'll never forget that the women said was that many of them, they were 13, 14 years old when this would happen. Jeffrey Epstein, by the time they were 17 years old, would essentially be done with them, tell them that they are too old. And that's when some of them were handed off to other powerful men who are still alive today, still in positions of power, and still have not been held accountable. And that's where we need to make sure that they are.
Are the three Republican women working behind the scenes to convince their Republican colleagues? We certainly saw Marjorie Taylor Greene come out at that press conference and very strongly stand with the survivors. Are they working the folks that they're close to on the Republican side?
My understanding is that they are, and I will honestly say here, I have gained respect for Marjorie Taylor Greene in particular. I think that what she is doing is very brave.
Yeah.
I think her coming to the press conference at the Capitol, the things that she said, she actually outright offered to be the one to name names on the House floor because the women, the survivors, are now saying that maybe they will put out a list, and of course their safety is in grave danger. Many have faced threats throughout their entire lives. So I think her in particular, she is working with Massey on this. And again, I do respect them because it's obviously not nothing when the President of the United States, Donald Trump, in the White House is calling this a hostile act to sign this discharge petition. That in and of itself, to me, is such a red alert in terms of the fact that they're covering this up.
He called it a Democratic hoax.
He called it a Democratic hoax, and he said any member of the Republican Party who signs this petition is committing a hostile act towards the White House.
Yep. I do hate this YouTube update. Lord. Some Hassan.
This is the big revelation, I would say, which is that the victims came out and were not happy with the lack of disclosure. So now an Epstein survivor is hinting at a potential list of names being compiled by the accusers themselves. Interesting stuff.
In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot on a nearby island. Who I saw and what I experienced there was a glimpse into a very dark and disturbing world. For years after, I tried to avoid Jeffrey, but he had introduced me to Katie Ford, the owner of the Ford modeling agency. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion, arts, and entertainment. This did not just happen to underage girls in Florida. In New York City, hundreds of young, ambitious women were abused by him. Epstein was not just a serial predator, he was an international human trafficker. And many around him knew, many participated, and many profited. And yet, he was protected. So I stand here today for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed. We are not asking for pity. We are here demanding accountability, and I'm demanding justice. Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors?
I can't help but sometimes feel as though like this is just going to move the needle in the opposite direction, where it will simply make people not even care about pedophilia. It's the only established norm that we have, which is child predation is unconscionable and it's the ultimate bad.
I don't really agree with this take here. It depends on the actual outcome in the next couple months or so of when things actually get revealed and who actually faces accountability. If no one does, then yes, it's very possible then pedophilia is the thing that happens and no one actually cares about it because no one ever gets punished.
Kind of feels in the same vein as like genocide, right? Genocide is a bridge too far. It's supposed to be a bridge too far for everyone. It is an established norm that you are anti-genocide. Everyone is supposed to be against that. And I feel like the less accountability Israel sees, the more violent it gets, and the more people feel discouraged and realize that their voices don't matter, or at least like come to that conclusion, the more people just start kicking in their defense mechanism and going, well, maybe it's not so bad that genocide is happening. And I fear that this is what's going on with like pedophilia, like sequence, serialized, systematized pedophilia. It's the thing that everyone is supposed to be against, okay? Like, sure, people don't have that kind of opinion under patriarchal constructs about like, sexual assault against women. That's certainly the case. Like there's rape culture, all this stuff, right? But like pedophilia is supposed to be the thing that everyone is against. No matter how big of a villain someone might be in your life, if you ask them like what they think about pedophilia, they'll be like, yeah, those guys. As a matter of fact, it's so bad that pedophiles themselves will often wear those like, oh, time to hang your local pedophile t-shirts, you know? But the more this kind of stuff is discussed and the less there's any sort of action that people are, your party supports it, my party. First of all, the Democrats are not my party. And secondly, it's wild to say that right now. Like right now is the worst possible time to say that. This is what I mean when I say these guys just hallucinate, dude. They hallucinate alternative reality. Donald Trump every day goes on television and says, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is a hoax. It's just a hoax.
This is a Democrat hoax that never ends.
And the Republicans have full control of the government and have been constantly avoiding revealing anything.
More and more and more. And nobody's ever satisfied.
Anything
sure,
new.
We were best friends. It's fine. I didn't write a letter to him for his 50th birthday, even though I did, and it's fine. And the Democrats are the ones who are literally like, for political purposes, for partisan purposes, if you want to say it, that they don't have a genuine interest in like revealing this information, and they're doing it simply because it hurts Donald Trump. Regardless of their reasoning, regardless of their ambitions, or whatever the motivating factor is here, it's clear that the Democrats, unlike the Republicans broadly, are unironically trying to. Your party's okay with men competing in women's sports? Remember what I said about how brain dead some of these guys are? That's it. That's the 30% right there. If you are a person who has voted for Donald Trump at any given point and now experience buyer's remorse, understand that if you lean into the Trump side, that's what you sound like. A guy who looks at Donald Trump saying, Jeffrey Epstein was my friend, it's fine, it's not a big deal, it's a hoax, okay, every day, is so easily tricked that he can turn around and claim, well, the Democrats support men participating in women's sports. Like, even if you have a disagreement with that, which I don't give a shit about, right? How the is that in any way, shape, or form relevant to the active child molestation that took place with Jeffrey Epstein when the Republicans are refusing to release the files? You just said you are the dumbest person. You are so fucking stupid. You're literally like, I'm stupid. You're wearing a dunce cap, dude. You're like, I'm the easily tricked adult. If you're wondering, when Donald Trump says everybody transgender, who that appeals to, it's this idiot, okay? When Donald Trump says everybody transgender, this guy goes, hell yeah, brother. That's right. It's certainly no longer weird to me that he ran on releasing the Epstein files and refuses to release them. That's not strange. And basically every media hit he has done so far makes me feel like he's heavily involved in Epstein. But I look away.
Question would be for the survivors, Mr. Edwards. The president has said that this Epstein issue is a hoax, is the words that he used. Can we get your reactions to what you think when you hear him say that?
Oh, I'll answer that. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
What does it feel like emotionally to hear that?
Devastating.
It's being gutted from the inside out. Not that I would know what that feels like, but I imagine it's the anxiety buildup with the depression and the survival mode, and then your nervous system goes limp and ironically is shot. And it feels like you just want to explode inside because nobody, again, is understanding that this is a real situation. These women are real. We're here in person. To say that it's a hoax is just not. Please humanize us. I would like Donald J. Trump and every person in America and around the world to humanize us, to see us for who we are and to hear us for what we have to say. There is no hoax. The abuse was real. Now, what goes on behind closed doors, I can't speak for that. What happens around the world politically, I cannot speak for that. But I am here with all of these women.
Wait, they did a jet flyover? They actually did a flyover over this? If you're wondering why there's a jet flying over Capitol Hill during the Survivor presser, yes, that was a flyover, and yes, that is unusual. Wait, what? I don't know. Maybe it's for the Polish president or something. I don't know.
Our attorneys.
Maybe it's not for
and
these
I would be more
people.
than happy to meet with him, and I will meet him halfway.
Yeah, you'd have to see like the flight path, because I do think there was I saw a video of Trump talking with the Polish president like outside, and there was the jet flyover, and they were like pointing and looking at it. It just depends on if the Jets would have had to go out of their path much to also impact this or anything like that, to see if it was like intentional.
Survivor who just spoke. The last survivor who just spoke, she said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
Shante.
To the microphones.
Get close.
Yeah, I did say that. My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them. Like, they were very close.
Someone said Marjorie Taylor Greene may or may not have leaked a certain country, may or may not have been involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Representative Anna Paulina said all the Epstein files can be found here, and then the readers added context. Most of the documents released today were already made public months ago. These are not new documents. Crank T. Nelson replies, it's so funny that these people are fully committed to never releasing any new Epstein info, but are also completely addicted to acting like they really want to release it. They can literally go broke betting on the piggies eating the slop. I really think even they were surprised how easily they could trick their base with this one. Like, they acted as guilty as a human could possibly act, and the MAGA base didn't mind one bit. There is, I think, some tremors within the base, as I've said before, over the Epstein stuff. I will say, for a lot of people, it's not an issue. It's clear. For a lot of people, they're like, I don't even give a if Donald Trump was like on the plane, literally on camera, sexually assaulting a minor. I still love him. He's my goat. Why? Just like that one chatter was presenting, because he's doing, he's fighting everything's transgender.
Those that are enduring sexual abuse and are living in a prison of shame. Anyone that is being abused, it is not your fault. You should live with no guilt or fear or shame. All of the fault, Israel and other countries. The truth needs to come out.
Is that real?
And the government holds the truth.
I don't know if that's real, because it's a weird like sound cut or audio
hold the truth.
clip.
Jeffrey Epstein's estate holds the truth.
Nah. No way.
Is it real?
No way.
Israel.
White House says helping me secure a vote to release all Epstein files is a hostile act. They're threatening anyone who helps bring true transparency and justice for the survivors. This is a tacit admission. The Oversight Committee data release is woefully incomplete. It's crazy to just like straight up assume a pro-pedophilia position like the White House is doing right now. But even crazier that like the audience is eating it up. You could not communicate your level of involvement with Jeffrey Epstein harder if you tried. It is nutty, dude. Every time they're just like, dude, we did it. We diddled kids. That's what they're saying over and over again. The meme you shared earlier is so true, Lamau. Oh yeah, this. We're pro pedophilia now. Deal with it, libtard. That's where we're at now with the Republican Party. This is what I was saying. Like, this is what I was warning against. This is what I'm like worried about. Trump has a cult and he has like this profound ability to normalize certain things that previously would be considered utterly immoral, morally repugnant, completely unacceptable. And he's just using that normalization faucet in the direction of like normalizing what? Pedophilia? That's crazy. The way they're doing it is so wild because it's like they're basically saying trans people existing is actually pedophilia, not the real pedophiles that are doing pedophilia to children. And these dumb eat it up. I guess the same goes for everything. It's like it goes back to this. DOJ lawyer waging war against Harvard sure seems to like Adolf Hitler. Like the guy who is supposed to be combating the anti-Semitism at Harvard University is a Hitler lover. It's the same shit.
Thank you all for being here.
Brief update on CDC.
I'm Congresswoman Maxine Dexter of Oregon's 3rd. I'm a mother, a lawmaker, and the first pulmonary critical care physician to serve in Congress. As a physician, we all took an oath to do no harm. Today, that oath compels me, along with the entire Democratic Doctors Caucus, to call for the unequivocal resignation of RFK Jr. To list the harm that he has done on the American public in its entirety would
Get Junior out of here.
All day. From dehumanizing people with autism to suggesting that antidepressants cause school shootings. The record is as long as it is appalling. The horror reached a fever pitch last week when RFK Jr. fired CDC Director Dr. Menares. Dr. Menares is a dedicated public servant. She's a distinguished microbiologist. She represents exactly what RFK Jr. cannot. Someone who is committed to putting science over politics. Her dismissal has unleashed a wave of
Politics and personal
At
gain.
least 4 CDC leadership officials have resigned in protest. And just this week, more than 1,000 current and former employees across HHS joined together to demand Kennedy's resignation. 1,000 public health professionals, past and present, warning us that they are no longer feeling that their job is to do the work of keeping us safe, that we cannot trust the CDC. As a physician, as a mother, and as somebody who has dedicated my life to protecting human health, I cannot and will not stay silent while our public health institutions are dismantled, while trust in science is corroded, and while American lives are put at stake. But let me be clear, this is not just about one man. This is about whether we, as members of Congress, will stand up for truth over lies, science over conspiracy, and the health of American people over political gains. So today I'm not only calling on RFK Jr. to resign, I am calling on my colleagues in both parties to summon the courage to act, to restore integrity at HHS, and to send a clear message that in this country, science will not be silenced.
The Trump economy is sputtering. We learned this morning that job growth in the past
Onto
3
the
months
economy.
has all but ended. There were just 22,000 new jobs created last month, and new revised data showed the economy actually lost jobs in June, the first time that's happened since President Trump's first term, back when most of us were still in isolation during COVID. And unemployment ticked up to 4.3%, the highest in nearly 4 years. An economy that's stalling out is bad news for any president, but particularly for one who got back into the White House in large part because of what voters saw as his economic acumen. When President Trump didn't like last month's jobs report, he fired the head of the agency that compiles it. This morning, he placed the blame on his economic nemesis, the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. Jerome Too Late Powell should have lowered rates long ago. As usual, he's too late. I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters here. Anne-Marie Horton of Bloomberg, CNN's Matt Egan, Abby Livingston of Puck, and Ested Herndon of the New York Times. Matt, take us through some of the numbers and what they mean.
Yeah, Dana, look, this was another brutal jobs report, and this really suggests that after years of historic resilience, the job market is facing some serious trouble right now. I mean, hiring has basically stalled out to almost nothing, right? Just 22,000 jobs added during the month of August. That is a fraction of what economists were expecting. It's crazy to think that not even a year ago, back in December, the economy was adding 300,000+ jobs. Now we're, not even 10% of that. And as you noted, we saw that June was revised lower to show that for the first time since COVID, the U.S. economy actually lost jobs. So that ends this nearly 5-year streak of uninterrupted job growth. That was the second longest streak in American history. It's now over. And then the unemployment rate, so you mentioned that, ticking up from 4.2% to 4.3%. That's not high per se, but it is the highest since late 2021. And Fed Chair Powell, he has said that that's the number one indicator that he's looking at for evidence of weakness in this job market. I think that we shouldn't rule out the possibility that this is just a slow patch and the economy can rebound from here, right? I mean, job market's been so resilient for so long, but clearly this is another major challenge, and I think the warning signs in the economy are really piling up.
Yeah, and stand by, because I do want to get back to what you just mentioned on the Fed and interest rates. Instead, let's talk politics. And I mean, yes, the president likes to say that immigration was a big issue. I'm sure it was. The culture wars.
Shut up. Sure it was. No, fucking wasn't.
Definitely. But we know the biggest reason, and it was the fact that people were hearing from President Biden that the numbers are good, and let's just wait, but people didn't feel that way. Now it's the numbers that aren't.
Feel that way because housing is insanely expensive, homelessness is skyrocketing, and the price of just food is also going up, as well as energy. The cost of living is going way up. Who gives a shit if the stock market's doing well?
Aren't looking good
Or
either.
whatever.
Exactly. It's a mirror image from kind of 2021 when we had Democrats at that time kind of telling people, don't look at the
Or
numbers.
if you
don't
need
kind
like
of
3
believe
jobs
what's in
to
front of you.
afford
You kind of hear that from
to
Trump
live.
now. This is what we had kind of warned about all through the summer, the prospect that his kind of self-imposed economic crisis, tariffs driving that, could pose not just uncertainty, but a downward job market, and really reverse what has been Trump's #1 strength coming into this. But I also think you got to add in the big, beautiful bill with this, right? And it speaks to, I think, is a kind of hypocrisy at the heart of Trump's second term. For all the talk about his growth among working class voters, his growth among working class voters of color, what we have seen in terms of economic reality here is a bill that largely amounts to a wealth transfer, a removal of benefits from SNAP and Medicaid. And I think that's the reason why you see some of those poll numbers, particularly on the economy, reversing among the very groups that delivered Trump the White House last year.
Abby?
You know, Trump immediately pivoted to the Fed and Jerome Powell, but when I talk to Republican sources, they're all worried about tariffs, and the full brunt of that has not been felt yet. Some say we may not feel that. But politically speaking, the question I have is,
We are feeling it. Every company recently has just been
gubernatorial elections in November,
upping their
in New
prices.
Jersey and Virginia, but moreover, when does this hit next year, if it does, and how does that affect the midterms?
And, you know, there was such hullabaloo, to use a word that probably shouldn't be used very much, Anne-Marie, over the fact that the last month, when the jobs report came out and the president wasn't happy about it, he got rid of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics that compiles them. And so the Commerce Secretary was on this morning, interestingly, before we all knew what the jobs numbers were, and was once again going after BLS, even though the guy that they removed is no longer there.
They're just bent against the president's success. They're rooting against America and against Donald Trump, and that's got to end. So he can't replace somebody, 2 weeks ago, and you expect fundamental change. But what you will get is an agency that's on side.
Well, there isn't fundamental change yet at BLS. The commissioner actually doesn't even have control over the data. The data is collected by statisticians. They sit in different units. They're almost walled off. And then once the press release is written, it's sent to the commissioner, and the commissioner then sends it off to the White House and the CEA. The one issue that Wall Street has in terms of credibility, and this is the gold standard, the jobs report, the U.S. jobs report is the gold standards of economic data. The one issue that Wall Street has is the fact that when you go out and these statisticians are looking for these surveys, the response rate has been so low for months. That is why we saw massive revisions last year. That is why we are seeing massive revisions now, to this point where June actually you have a negative print, negative 13,000. That is a huge deal for this economy and for this Federal Reserve. So the problem is that they're not getting 100% of the data when that first print comes out, and this is why you have those revisions. When you talk about, though, the new BLS commissioner, I think only this week his nomination was sent to the Hill. He hasn't even had a hearing yet, and many are still questioning, actually, if he's going to be able to get through Senate confirmation.
Right, exactly. And then there's all of that, but then there's the underlying argument that you're still hearing from the administration, which is to blame the people who are compiling the numbers as opposed to the actual policies, or maybe it's just the pendulum of the economy.
Yeah, the argument there, it's an interesting one. It would kind of be like if you had an NFL owner, right, whose team just lost big, and instead of changing the quarterback or the play calling or firing the head coach, they go out and fire the scoreboard operator, right? I mean, you might not like the score, but there's probably some bigger issues out there, and shooting the messenger is probably not going to fix anything. But to get back to something we were discussing earlier about the self-imposed nature of some of this, let's look at manufacturing, right? So tariffs, they're supposed to be propping up manufacturing. And what we're actually seeing is that U.S. manufacturing lost another 12,000 jobs in August. This is not an anomaly. It's the fourth straight month of job loss. It's kind of ironic here because obviously historically high tariffs are supposed to make American manufacturing jobs great again. And I think at best we're seeing that
we don't really have any manufacturing.
But at worst, economists are telling me that
they're trying to replace it with robots and AI anyway.
On the trade front, the tariffs are up and down, they're paused, they're restarted. It's just paralyzing manufacturers, and some of them are shedding jobs. They're cutting workers instead of adding them.
Well, that's why we don't know if this is a real weakening or an inflection point. Corporate America has been really consistent until they get certainty of policy out of Washington, the one big beautiful bill, tariffs, what are those actual rates going to be? They're basically sitting on the sidelines. They're not hiring, they're not firing. A lot of economists will say corporate America is in a place of stasis. Now that there's clarity, what the hope from this administration is that they will actually go out and hire people because they have clarity in terms of what the rates are likely going to be. Most countries are not going to get 15%. So that might be a signal for corporate America to actually go out and hiring, but we don't know yet. That's why the second half of this year, especially going to the midterms next year, is going to be so important.
Yeah, no question. You were talking about, one of you, maybe both of you were talking about the president's approval rating on the economy. Let's just take a look at it. The difference between January, when he became president officially, when he was inaugurated, he was up 6 on this issue of the economy. Now, this is only 8 months later, down 18. That's a pretty big fall.
It's a huge fall, and it is, I think, what is driving some of the Republican concern shaping next year's midterms.
24-point swing.
Usually we get to this point in politics, and we ask the question of who will be blamed, who will voters blame. I think Trump's actually taking care of that question for us because he made such a show about tariffs. He made such a kind of stamp to make this his own economy that I think at this point, when you still hear White House officials trying to blame Biden or years past, it sounds kind of ridiculous. They have actually ensured that voters tie whatever comes next to their own policy, and I think that's fair because, as we said, the self-imposed nature of it all.
I don't want to lose sight of the interest rates and the Fed of it all.
Too late.
And this is what our colleague Allison Morrow wrote this morning. The Trump administration attempts to wrest control of the Fed by firing Cook without due process and installing Mirren, a rare economist who's criticized Fed independence, could satisfy the president's short-term needs. However, it's all but guaranteed to end badly for the economy if the Fed can't be trusted to protect Americans from runaway inflation or mass unemployment. Fun fact.
Who the fuck wants the economy being controlled basically by the ego of a mad king?
From our producer, Courtney Flancer, you guys probably know this in your, think about this in your sleep. In 1970, Richard Nixon appointed a friend and advisor, Arthur Burns, to be Fed chair. And he also was working on Nixon's reelection campaign, and the economy didn't recover for years.
Yeah, that's when we had the great stagflation.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really important lesson here. I mean, we talk about Fed independence. I know it sounds kind of wonky in the weeds, but it matters because if the Fed loses control of inflation, then the cost of living problem that helped get President Trump elected in the first place is only going to get worse. And investors, if they lose confidence that the Fed really means business when it comes to inflation, then you're going to see long-term interest rates go higher and higher. That's going to make it more expensive for the government to borrow, and it's going to lift mortgage rates, right, making it even harder to buy a home.
Another chapter unfolding in the attempted
Continuation of economy.
firing of FTC Commissioner Rebecca Kelly Slaughter. Lower courts ordered her reinstatement
What a
earlier
name.
this week, but last night President Trump asked the Supreme Court to pause that as he appeals the case, effectively asking for permission to fire her. This move follows months of back and forth between the president and the commissioner. Slaughter sued Trump back in March following her initial firing. A D.C. federal judge then ruled it illegal in July. Back with us once again in a CNBC exclusive is FTC Commissioner Rebecca Kelly Slaughter. Rebecca, great to have you with us.
Thanks so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
You're fired, you're not fired. I mean, it's a tough position to be in. What are your next steps at this point?
Well, my next step is focusing on the job. I love the job that I have. I love the work of the FTC. I've been doing it since President Trump originally appointed me in 2018. And so my mind is pretty singularly focused on protecting American workers, businesses, consumers from anti-competitive and unfair practices.
I do want to read the White House's statement on Trump's appeal of your reinstatement. A White House spokesperson said President Trump acted lawfully when he removed Rebecca Slaughter from the FTC, and hopefully after this ruling, the lower courts will cease their defiance of Supreme Court orders. You've always seen this as a fight that's much larger than your job specifically. Already, Lisa Cook's team, Lisa Cook, the Fed governor, her legal team has filed an additional brief citing your reinstatement as precedent. How important do you think this is in terms of just the protection of the independence of regulatory bodies?
Yeah, I think the fundamental principles here are the thing that are really important. You know, I love my job, but it's actually not about my job or my work. It is really about the Constitution, the rule of law, and the fundamental institutions that protect market stability. I know a lot of market participants are sort of riding high on AI right now and not paying a ton of attention to the chaos. But when this bubble bursts, and it's, I think, a when, not an if, you know, we've seen before what happens when warning signs are ignored. And in the past, it is the institutions of government, especially the independent financial regulators, that are there to ensure that the market can pull itself back together and the economy can keep running. But I think in this case, when that happens, investors are going to look up and find entirely transformed institutions. All the independent agencies, the SEC, the FTC, the Fed, that protect market stability, are being transformed into political actors. And that's already true, but it will be even more true if the president is allowed to defy 90 years of Supreme Court precedent and clear congressional law that says commissioners cannot be removed.
Do you believe that the FTC has opened investigations that are politically motivated? You posted on X, the FTC should not be using its tools to target political adversaries, advance political grievances. If you've received an improper inquiry from the FTC, please reach out to me directly. Have you gotten many responses?
Well, I just posted that earlier today and have not checked yet, but I do think it's something I'm really concerned about. You know, I cited an article in which a federal judge was talking about being alarmed by a politically motivated investigation, and that's just one that has gone to court and that we know about publicly. That kind of thing is exactly why we need bipartisan independent commissioners at these agencies to provide transparency and accountability when that kind of lawfare is taking place. And so it's the kind of thing that I want to look into, and I take the obligation to provide that transparency and accountability very seriously.
Does that suggest, Rebecca, that you feel as if parts of your agency are already kind of operating, you know, beyond your purview and control at this point?
Oh, well, that's certainly true. I mean, listen, the minority commissioners are not in charge. They don't run the agency themselves, but they do have an important responsibility in agency oversight and management. And I do think that the agency, even in the couple days that I've been back, looks entirely transformed from the one that I served on for 7 years. I've had a couple of all-staff meetings. I'm working hard to sort of take the temperature and figure out what is going on and do a ton of reading. But it is stuff that I'm very worried about.
The US economy added just
That's not great.
22,000 jobs in August, so is the labour market in trouble? This is Macro Matters, and we're talking US jobs. August jobs number was expected to be a modest 75,000, but it came in far lower than that. Stock markets are happy because that means a rate cut from the Fed this month is now seen as locked in. But after the news earlier this week that the US has more unemployed people than vacancies for the first time since the pandemic, does this mean the wider economy is slowing? Gregory Dacre is chief economist at EY Parthenon. Gregory, what's behind this unexpectedly low number?
Well, I think what we are seeing is a visible cool down in the labor market. There is broad-based evidence that economic activity is slowing under the pressure of trade policy and immigration policy. And I think this is reflected now in the non-farm payrolls data, which indicate that over the last 3 months, we've only added about 30,000 jobs on a monthly basis. So there is softness in the labor market. It's both a labor demand issue and a labor supply issue. Both are influencing job growth to the downside. And I would also stress that we're also seeing greater job growth concentration in a few sectors, so that most of the sectors are actually seeing job cuts across the board.
How much of this is about the uncertainty around tariffs, do you think?
I think that's very much part of the picture. We are in an environment where businesses are hesitant to invest into the future. They're essentially also facing higher input costs, and the cost of goods and services are rising. And so businesses are having to do that difficult trade-off of how do you manage to protect your margins in an environment where cost pressures are ever rising. And one avenue to do that is essentially to manage talent. So we had seen strategic talent management. Now we're seeing more of a push towards strategic layoffs, less hiring, and that is putting downward pressure on the labor market overall.
You said that labour supply is also slowing. Do you mean that immigration policy is reducing the pool of available workers?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing in terms of the economic data is that the labor force participation rate has been pressured down. That indicates that there are fewer people looking for employment. And that's been one of the factors that's prevented the unemployment rate from rising. If the participation rate had not moved since
Still
May,
is rising
we would
a
have
bit. It's
actually
just
seen an
excessive.
unemployment rate closer to 5% instead of the 4.3% that we saw in August. So there is definitely a shock that we're observing from the supply side of the labor market, which is due in part to some of the immigration restrictions that are curtailing labor supply.
Last month's data, of course, was called into question by President Trump, who fired the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and is seeking to replace her with a Trump loyalist who hasn't yet been confirmed. Are there any reasons to doubt this data?
Well, I think generally speaking, all statistical agencies have very strong institutional guardrails, and that prevents any type of immediate pressure on the data to go one way or the other. So I continue to very much trust the institution in being able to do the best job possible to deliver the best quality data. And that's why there are subsequent revisions to each report. Once the statistical agencies gather more data, then they essentially fine-tune their first estimates. And that is hopefully going to continue to be the case going forward.
Financial markets now clearly see a certain rate cut this month, since this number makes the case that the US economy needs that help. But is the Fed behind the curve now?
I think the Fed is somewhat behind the curve, yes. I've been arguing for a while now that there was room for the Fed to essentially neutralize monetary policy. Currently, monetary policy is slightly restrictive. And we've been arguing that essentially there are ongoing signs that disinflation is underway on the services side, and that despite the renewed cost pressures from tariffs, these are likely to be a one-time effect on prices and inflation, not a long-lasting shock. I think this morning's data in terms of the labor market indicates that second-round effects are less likely in an environment where labor market conditions are weaker and wage growth is actually easing.
Where can the Fed go from here then? Do you see several cuts this year?
I think we could anticipate a couple of rate cuts from the Fed over the course of 2025. That is one rate cut in September and one rate cut in December. Markets seem to price another rate cut in October, but I would remind everyone that we are still in an environment where Fed policymakers are extremely data dependent. So any type of upward pressure on the inflation front will keep hawkish Fed members on the fence about excessively easing monetary policy. And so you're likely to see split votes over the coming months into 2026 as to the trajectory of Fed policy.
That was Gregory Dacre of EY Parthenon. Don't forget, you can watch more videos on Reuters.com.
It's always so tough keeping up with the economic shit.
The problem with generalized tariffs on all goods coming into the United States, 10% or higher, is that every consumer has to pay more. That means every consumer effectively is poorer, faces a larger tax. It is not just a large tax, it's also a regressive tax in the sense that consumers who have lower incomes have to pay a larger portion of their incomes in the form of this tariff tax. That means that everybody around the economy, not just the exporters to the United States, but also United States companies. Many United States companies are actually assembling abroad. They're trying to get their supply chains back organized after the pandemic. It took them a year and a half or more to get those supply chains back to where they should be, and now everything is up in the air again. Uncertainty is the enemy of really what you want in an economy. If the tariffs actually go into effect as high as some people think that they might, and as high as the president has mentioned they will. Now, if they do go into effect, nobody wins. I mean, we're back to Smoot-Hawley 1930 tariffs. So everyone loses. Nobody wins from a trade war. Let's be very, very clear about that.
Let's take one of the largest employers on planet Earth, Walmart, as one example. By the time they cover the operating expenses and the cost of goods sold and what it costs them to put product on the shelves and pay all of their employees, their profit margin is, 2.8, 2.9%. So if you put it in the context of the profit that companies make, and in some cases, very, very low profit margins, that 10% can be very meaningful. And in fact, you've seen Walmart come out and say, we're not going to be able to absorb all of the costs of higher tariffs. We are going to have to pass along some of these to our customers. But at the same time, we're in a period of very high bankruptcy filings. We've seen layoffs persist as companies cut costs. And
Yeah, the games
indeed,
industry has
Walmart,
continued to
when
get
faced
layoffs.
recently with this weight of tariffs, decided to make a major layoff. 1,500 people in their corporate headquarters that they announced that they were going to be laying off. And I think what people have to appreciate and understand is that there is no such thing as one way. And if there's push, there's going to be pull, and companies are going to have to find a way to operate because, especially in the publicly traded realm, you are operating at the behest and on behalf of your shareholders. In the same sense that companies have to deal with their own internal tensions from the perspective of buyers and sellers, a lot of
Get the
times
weird
we
camera
run into
cuts
what
to
we
a
call the
laptop.
substitution effect. Companies will end up looking for other suppliers
Make any sense
in
in it?
order,
It's weird.
well, to stay in business is the bottom line. If you're going to try and incentivize American companies to buy from American producers, then you have to understand that we need certainty in order for companies to plan producing in the United States, and you've got to give them a few years to put that plant and equipment in place. And hopefully there are American workers who want to produce what we've been buying from cheaper producing countries at the same wage level. So it's a very tricky proposition, and it takes a lot of time. These are not headline shaking revolutions. You're not going to get any of these big shifts overnight. This is going to be something that takes a matter of years and not months.
So far, the pass-through of tariffs into higher prices has been very modest, but we're still in early stages. We have policy uncertainty. from all angles, whether it's tariffs, there's still unresolved issues on the fiscal, there's concerns about President Trump's attacks on the Federal Reserve. So there's a lot of uncertainty about policy. Then there's a lot of geopolitical uncertainty as well. We don't like that either. So I think it's really been off the charts what we have seen so far. Markets and the economy have digested it comparatively well, but uncertainty is really on a different scale than the norm.
If you look at the customs revenue for the U.S. government, the U.S. has been collecting tariff revenue. That means that someone has been paying that tariff, whether it's been the importers on record or the consumers or the exporters. We think this will likely get down to consumer prices, maybe not fully, but we do think that consumers will ultimately pay at least some of this tariff, and that will slow consumption. And of course, in a 70% consumer-based economy, that will likely weigh on growth.
Tariffs are leading to higher inflation. Prices are rising. It's been slow coming for lots of different reasons. The front loading of imports, the fact that the tariffs are up and down all around, and business people just don't know where they're going to land and are nervous about raising prices, losing market share before they have a sense of where the tariffs are going to land. You know, some big companies are probably pretty nervous about the political environment and raising prices in that kind of environment. So we know American companies and consumers are paying the bill because you can see it in the tariff revenue. It's quite substantive. So we're paying for it. So far, most of it's been by businesses in lower profit margins.
Yeah,
but
Trump
it
has
also
been
has
bragging
continued
about
for
how
very
much
long, and
money
we're
the
gonna see
tariffs have been
more
making
of
the
a
government.
translation through to prices that we pay as consumers.
All
That
these
just means
countries,
they're taking that
as
money
well as
from
many
American
American
corporations
businesses, are
who are
really
importing
living,
things.
it seems, permanently in an uncertainty city. Is the president, who has sort of go-it-alone attitude, is he prepared to bring in allies for sanctions, allies who he's also engaged in a trade war? So that sort of undercuts, I think, this sort of traditional tool of American foreign policy in exchange for this sort of broad-based one, which, by the way, also hurts Americans. I mean, tariffs are self-harm. Sanctions are different. Sanctions aren't like an exercise in self-harm where
Promise
American
you'll stop for
consumers
me.
and producers who use foreign products in their own production processes get hurt. It's a very strange and, I think, exercise in self-harm.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World.
All
I'm Tommy
right.
Vitor.
This is longer form. This is foreign policy focused. I do have plans to play some Space Marine friends soon. I think one of them updating, so we might stop it sooner than later. Change over to that.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
Summer's over. Football is back, Ben. Do you feel like I do? I feel like I'm a little kid still. Like there's something in my DNA that makes me depressed after Labor Day because summer's over. I feel like I have to go
Run
back
to the
to
restroom
school or something. But we live in LA. We don't even have seasons.
The weather doesn't change.
We're grown adults.
Nothing changes in our lives.
Nothing.
My kids are back in school.
Lizzie went to school today. It was a little emotional in my house this morning. But all is well. I don't know why. She had a cute dress on.
We were just a little late in my house this morning.
Yeah, we're a little late too. We're recording this episode a day late. We're recording on Wednesday instead of Tuesday to accommodate for the holiday, to let everyone enjoy themselves. Thanks. Sorry for any inconvenience. But trust me, the product is better this way
worth the wait,
than if we were talking yesterday.
It's worth the wait.
Also, Ben, apparently we have an apology to make. Apparently we have a lot of listeners who listen to both Pod Save the World and New Heights, the Kelsey Brothers podcast. So apologies to anyone we offended, and thank you for listening. Please subscribe to Pod Save the World on YouTube so that we can grow big and tall and one day book Taylor Swift.
Yeah, don't think I don't read those DMs. If we hit a certain YouTube subscriber level, I don't know what we have to set it at, Tommy. Maybe I'll grow a beard.
Ooh,
Jason Kelsey.
Okay, that's good. Could you do?
I have no hair on my head, but I could do a Jason Kelsey beard. It's a peculiar thing.
Will you pop the top at a playoff game in Buffalo?
Yes, I would do that as well.
Yeah,
I'm happy to pop the top.
And I will shotgun a beer with you.
Yes,
if you.
That's what we'll shotgun beers too.
I'll shotgun beers all day long. All right, we got a great show today, Ben.
We won't marry Taylor Swift though.
No, too late.
We should ask her for a date on our podcast. Maybe she's one of those listeners who crosses over.
I should have made her a bracelet. The book has been closed on that.
In
era,
return,
as they say over there.
he would look good with the
we got
beard.
a great show, Ben. We're going to cover the huge geopolitical implications of the summit that Chinese President Xi Jinping just hosted in China. We're going to walk you through what was said, what was announced. We'll talk about the optics, how the event was just one long rebuke of the United States and Donald Trump. We'll dig into how Trump has infuriated Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and driven the Indian government closer to the Chinese government. Great work there, everybody.
Nice job.
And then we're going to take a step back
Wahoo.
and look at the Trump administration's record on all things China and whether the policy implementation has proven to be as tough as the campaign talk. We're going to cover Tuesday's U.S. military airstrike on a boat in international waters that was allegedly carrying drugs and gang members. It's a huge deal. Seems
Predicted here on this podcast.
predicted here, predictable. Seems like there's going to be some real trouble ahead on that front. We're going to update you guys on the latest from Gaza, including the new ethnic cleansing for profit plan that is apparently circulating the White House, according to the Washington Post. We'll cover the horrible earthquake in Afghanistan and how that impact has been compounded by U.S. policy, both in terms of gutting USAID, but also the refusal to work with the Taliban in any way.
And just generally paying no attention.
Yeah, just not caring. There's a similar horrific landslide in Sudan that we'll talk about a little bit too. And then finally, we're going to walk you guys through some recent, really interesting reporting about how Trump's golf buddy termed envoy for everything, Steve Witkoff, is just kind of a disaster.
Boy for
Yeah,
everything.
Seen that coming. Who
No
would have thought
experience.
that Mar-a-Lago golfing and some real estate transactions in Florida and like a crypto scam business doesn't prepare you for high-stakes international negotiations.
Talking with Putin. And then you're going to hear my interview with Jasper Nathaniel. So everyone should check out Jasper's Substack, Infinite Jazz, J-A-Z. He covers Israel. A great title, right? And it's like sort of, is it
I'm
an
thinking
infinite
of
jest?
I'm thinking of starting a Substack. We may need the Worldos to workshop a
Oh, yeah.
title for my
We can do a name storm.
Yeah.
We'll get a whiteboard out.
No bad ideas in a name storm.
Okay, yeah, that's great. So Infinite Jazz is taken. That's Jasper's. He covers Israel, Palestine. He's got a particular focus on the West Bank. It's a great primer, I think. This conversation is a great primer for anyone, and so is the Substack, for anyone who wants to understand like what is life like for Palestinians in the West Bank as compared to settlers, to understand the settler movement, why it's accelerated in recent years, and how settlement construction has all but killed off the two-state solution and hope for the creation of a Palestinian state. It's hard to say out loud. People get upset with you. They think you're being a doomer. But you'll hear in the conversation that like there's a lot of facts on the ground that are pretty tough to unwind at this point.
You don't want to deny American politicians those talking points that they can hide behind.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the most important thing about the two-state solution.
Yeah, no, so we are going to be hopping over to Space Marine, but yeah, for the two-state solution, it's a thing that American politicians have said they want for decades now and done absolutely nothing to try and make. Like not even recognizing Palestinians as their own nation, their own state, their own people. Ridiculous. But Space Marine, hell yeah. Preparing for our future in the 41st millennium. Stream title and all that. Marine. Ooh. Title. Yub tub. Hello.
Hello.
Heyo.
Hello.
Y'all not hear me?
Hi. No, we can't.
No, we can hear you. What?
Yes, we can.
That's good.
What?
Righty. Y'all ready for the new operation?
Maybe.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Estaba rico.
What?
Nothing.
What? Based Marine.
Spaced? What?
2. Like when your parents would say Pokemans, Based Marine.
Pokemans.
Are y'all in a party or?
I'm loading my shaders.
My game is
That
loading
took
up.
forever.
Mm-hmm.
Patch 10 is here. Alrighty. Done the invites real quick. Let me.
Does it take you?
There we go. I realized I'd almost prestiged a second time on both my heavy and my assault. Oh wait, I was gonna swap to my belt. Stayed on my heavy. Hello.
Hi.
I'm 3/4 of the way there.
Sounds good.
Let's go.
Training a main sword still. Belt or no pit. Neo Volkite pistol. Is that new?
Somewhat new. I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm
Data
ready.
vault.
What is the stratagems? Unique battlefield edition. So it looks like it's versions of operations with unique modifiers and the like on them.
Oh, interesting.
I gave decent reports of.
It's like those are just like skulls or modifiers type of thing.
Yeah, kind of. There's also weekly ones and stuff as well.
Oh, nice. We love a reason to keep coming back.
Aye.
Hmm.
Vortex. The astropathic relay on Avarax has once again fallen silent. Investigate and cleanse the relay of lingering radical presence. Oh, we are all here. Oh, did you want to play your assault? I can play my heavy.
Oh, no, I can play.
Go change who you are, Austin.
Who gets the power axe, actually?
I don't know who actually gets the power axe. Oh, bye.
Bye.
Bye now.
The taxwood is not. That's all I need to know. It actually doesn't show you in the ready zone, Trace.
It doesn't show what?
You ready to step out and step in?
Because Austin's the same class as me.
Oh, awkward.
Yeah. Once he actually swaps off, I'll be ready to.
That makes sense.
Oh wait, I need to swap to game capture anyway. There we go.
Wait. I'm at the armory hall.
Huh?
Oh no, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't doing that. It's weird.
Let's go.
Yippee-doo-doo-dah. Womp. So, y'all come here often?
Only on the weekdays.
Bless you.
So.
You're taking a while to load in. All those
We got
new
the
enemies.
potato.
Gotta love when one of our objectives is purge the heretic.
I feel like that's just a daily occurrence.
Yeah, should it always be an objective, really?
And it's just like a tenet, I think, of our religion thing that we have.
Yes.
Also, I really did not get why it kept cutting to the same video feed of the person answering questions, but it was on a laptop.
Oh yeah, no, that was fucking weird. I don't get that.
It was doing. It wasn't doing anything. It
Yeah,
wasn't
no, it was just
adding anything.
taking me out of it. Honestly, like, what? Why are we here?
Yeah.
Are they in a little box?
Why? Why? Who traps them? Free them from their screen. Oh, we're loading game logic now.
Oh shit!
Damn.
This is the longest I think a mission has ever taken for me to load. I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there we go.
The victory over the thousand suns on Millennium was inspiring. I returned to Avarax to cull the pathetic remnants of their forces. A demon of the war disrupted the lost before. What manner of heresy is to blame now? Titus first clashed here with Iberon. Let us follow his example and strike down these heretics.
Like a homecoming.
The clashes between the heretics and the Xenos have reduced the landing zone to rubble. This is as close as I can get you.
A lot of viscera.
Yeah, just a
Oh,
little
that's
bit, a lot of this.
grenade.
Ah!
That's a spawn. Chaos spawn coming.
Huh?
Chaos spawns. I thought it was fucking Helldivers. I pressed alt to dive.
Wrong game. Similar, but wrong.
Ooh, that's cool.
And there's some stuff to our left. Oop, more. Oh, I can't stop that call. I'm in an execute.
We are
I'm good.
We were. Nice. We had terrain between us. These are Tyranid bodies that they...
Yeah, so this is... There's the one mission earlier where you fight both.
Yeah.
Is that a spawn that just jumped up there?
Yeah,
they
they're on
both
me.
just jumped up to. They both just
Oh, there's
jumped up to
three.
you as we dropped down. I got it.
I'll take care of him, don't worry. One jumping down.
Yeah, axe.
Nice.
Oh, thief. Kill you where you stand.
An ammo box here if you'll need it.
Good.
I can't, I forgot how to ping.
I use a controller and you don't, so.
I can't see him.
I got him.
Let me wave though. We're split.
That's on me.
We're below you. You can get down to us. You can't get us to you.
It was just a disc rider who really spawned on me, but there's probably some others spawning. Two disc riders. Nope. That spawned. Hey.
Oh.
Best thing.
I'm sorry. I actually really do apologize for that.
I didn't need it. I didn't need it.
Yankees.
Yankees.
We have arrived at the relay.
This priority
Got him.
target. Very good. Yep, disc riders. They were just hiding under this little overhead.
I can slice two.
Gene seed.
Oh shit.
I dodged that. Sad.
We'll wait for you.
I took
I will wait
damage.
for you.
You like my fit?
It's pretty good.
Ah, fuck.
Oh. It's just the guy?
I guess so.
One guy. Does it not like take extra amount of energy or anything for them to teleport in? I feel like it's inefficient to do it for one guy.
Well, they're all sorcerers, technically.
True.
I got another solo guy over here.
Oh. He had friends around the corner.
What does that sound like? A show name?
It might be. I was trying to go for that execute again, Austin. Executable.
I remember the ping button. Ammo here. It's T. For me, at least.
Up on the D-pad.
Heretical activity.
Oh, down here. Ow.
Extremist somewhere.
Ow, 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 ow.
The sorcerer by me. I'm about to go down. I can't go down though. I have a good seed.
Yeah. Shit. Fuck off, I buried that. Oi, ay, ay.
Grab it if you need it.
Oop.
That one I needed.
Launch a spawn.
Ow, they fucking hurt.
Yeah. Fuck off. Let me dodge.
Armor booster.
You two are both much lower health than me.
I got some.
Austin. Oop. Fighting. I did not stop that, my bad.
Nah, ooh, synchronized.
Yeah.
Enemy wave imminent.
We can try taking it inside of here. Seasonal point.
Probably good. Oh, what? Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Thanks. But
Payback.
oh fuck. Good boy is dead. That's a lot of
Spawns in.
guys.
Oh, I can't jump because I'm looking off the edge.
Place exchange your weapons.
Yeah. Down we go. Whoa. Dedicate.
That's great.
Whoa, whoa! This motherfucker just like that.
Oh.
I had to reload on that. Got it up.
Got it.
Yeah. I got it. Oi!
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, what the hell?
You threw within the Ranger's X. Oh my god!
You just fucking stomped that dude. Oh my god.
He lost his entire upper half. Back over here.
Oh.
Huh?
I was just checking over there. There doesn't seem to be much.
Gotcha, gotcha.
He's so strong.
Yes, sir. I got this for you.
Couple points we gotta capture, looks like.
Oh, it's an astropath. Okay.
Gotta do the interact.
Trash. And I am absolutely trash.
Oi. Wait.
I am here.
Oh, fuck off.
Ouch.
What? That's some bullshit. Oh, you just immediately execute those purple wave motherfuckers?
Yep.
There's you two.
Good for capturing.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. I went to melee. I'm sorry.
There's a astropath there. Interact. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna do it.
Bye bye.
All right.
Well.
Oh, what the hell?
Jay! What did you do, Jay?
I didn't do shit.
Whoa, I'm kind of starting to like this chaos thing, guys.
What?
What? Hello?
What? What? Sir?
I killed Nick.
What?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Ow!
Yeah, see, he gets it.
God damn it.
Extremist somewhere, probably starts here.
Terminator!
Terminator. Oh my word.
Yeah, a bunch of funds running in.
I went down and I lost the DNC.
What is that?
That's unfortunate.
What is that ability?
3 of them just aped towards me.
Got it.
Oh, what the fuck?
There's so many of them.
Oi, oi, oi. Was the ability the like cone pole thing that they had?
Yeah, the fucking force pole. Guardian relic here.
I have
one of y'all.
one.
Okay, I guess they're considered my mortal wound. I had a mortal wound, so it's good. It's good. It was good use.
Of the dark gods.
Mine was heavier.
Oh, you better get this party started. I'm gonna die. I'm dying. Oh.
Well, shit.
Thought my kick was gonna go off.
Fuck.
Bunch of spawns behind you.
Fuck me, dude. The flamethrower, motherfucker.
There's a disc rider up that ramp behind you. Threw a spear at you. I do have my guardian relic.
No.
Good hole. Got the disc guy. Alright, find power cells and start generator. Carrying.
Oh. Damn.
Oh,
I'm dumb.
What happened?
I got hit by fire.
Alright, one cell.
I've got one as well.
I shall repower the generator.
Welcome back.
Might not be able to get to that.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yep.
Ooh. What if I do?
I'm gonna go try and get this in.
Still an extremist round, careful.
Here he is.
We gotta assemble a team. If you want to do this one?
Damn.
It's just so simple, but so effective.
Ah!
Austin, what did you do?
Nothing.
I didn't think they would add tentacle porn to this game.
It's like the first thing I thought they would add.
Slice and dice. Hiya, guy. Hiya, guy.
Hiya, guy.
Sounds like a mineral name, honestly.
Hiya, guy. Ammo and stuff here.
Also, weapon change and stim.
Hit it, Hergy.
mine's the heaviest.
Nah, mine looks about 20 kilos heavier. Sorry, buddy.
Kilos? What the
My
fuck?
Auspex. I don't know, dude. I wanted to say 20 stone.
Ah!
I wanted to say 20 stone heavier, but I feel like that would be too funny. What the fuck? Oh. Oh.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I have 4 arms.
Four ticks. Oh, waves.
Holy mother of God! Oh my God!
Dude, oh my god, that's tripping. The ground is like slightly wavy.
Why? What did I
because
do?
of it.
What did I do?
He really does do not fucking like it. Oh, Jesus! Austin?
Well,
goodbye.
What do we do? Oh. What the fuck?
Goodbye, Austin.
Where'd you guys go?
Into
Oh,
the void.
void. Oh! Oh!
I think if we get to the portal over here, we can leave.
Well, that's nice. That's nice, dear. I would love to.
Luck.
Tentacles are priority targets. Watch out! Projectiles incoming.
Austin!
Help me!
I died.
Oh no!
My mortal wound has been healed. I survived. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh! The laser tentacles hit you.
I'm seeing
They
things.
slap
Alawi?
you. Alawi.
Yeah, we gotta kill the tentacles. Okay.
Aim for their base if you're using ranged weaponry.
Yeah. Okay. Oop.
Where is he?
Up there. Wait, never mind.
Chase, you seeing shit?
You're seeing shit.
Big damage.
Oh,
Get it over by me. Oh, 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 oh. I just put a melted down.
that's a lot of lasers.
Can I get over by you?
Oh.
Oh! Ow! Laser hurt.
I don't like this disco ball.
Oh my God, I can't do shit.
I need ammo. Chase, I really can't get to you. I'm so
No,
sorry.
that's
I just
fine.
can't go anywhere. Oh!
Oh. 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 Oh.
Coming
Oh.
soon.
Oh.
Following me.
Oh. Oh.
We're gonna go goodbye.
Yeah, now you know why I was reacting the way I was reacting. Oh.
You have 40 seconds on Austin, Nick.
That's not happening, buddy.
I believe in you.
Do you?
Not
Do you believe in
anymore.
me?
My belief was very
my
quickly
God.
You
proven
just
to be
had to
misplaced.
say something, huh?
Yes.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Holy
Had
shit! What was
to
that?
say something.
Well.
I'm also get some water, Rebecca.
got anything unlocked or whatever from that. Also, did you see some weapons have a heroic tier to them now? If you can hear me, or respond at least. All right, can we do better?
Yes, we can.
I can't hear you.
Motherfucker, yes we can! Sorry.
All good.
Sorry.
All good?
Back.
Don't forget to skip. Hopefully it loads faster this time.
Right.
But I guess I see why it took so fucking long. Massive like VFX and shit.
The victory over the Thousand Suns on Millennium was inspiring. I returned to Avarax to cull the pathetic remnants of their forces.
Much faster.
The clashes between the heretics and the Xenos have reduced the landing zone to rubble. This is as close as I can get you.
I'm back!
No other support or resources.
You're behind.
Thank you. I know I've been working on it.
Great. You got that?
You're welcome. Jesus fucking Christ.
This relay brings the word of the Imperium.
Is a bunch of spawns down here?
Gene Seed!
God damn, we keep getting it so early. Armor
Yeah.
boosts here.
I'm not. Who's near that? Austin? How did that trigger? Good shit.
Got him.
Nice, nice, nice.
He teleported right on top of where I was dropping. Oops. Hey.
I like getting the Vanguard enrichment activities, like tethering to small human bodies that are fleshy and weak.
Stop hitting my friend.
Stop.
You
little brother.
Caution, brothers.
Brothers.
The relay seethes with war energy.
Yeah, brothers. What?
Huh?
Oh. Some ammo here for those who need it.
Those who celebrate.
Hey, Guardian Relic. Can y'all not get back up here? Or... I think you can.
Okay,
If you need the ammo. Although there might be some ahead. Get what the next thing was.
Kind of fell apart.
Oh. If this was Helldivers, we could jump off that.
Damn straight. Shit game.
Oh, he still hits me. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Hey, ordeal complete for killing enemies while getting a call off.
Nice.
Armor boost back here.
Still have some in my last one. Oh, Jesus!
Oh, there's two! There's two!
How you two doing?
Good. Oh my god, where did you come from? Oh my gosh. Holy crap, this is warmers, dude.
Yeah, the spawn things love to rush people.
That's a lot of boys up there.
Okay.
Frag grenades here.
I'm out. Where? I see.
Behind this box. See these doors? These are the heaviest.
Yeah.
Wahoo!
So do you want that med pack?
Am I the lowest?
Yep. Terminator.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, the sorcerer thing is dead.
They come around a corner and it hits me.
Oh, there's Nick. Like, where the fuck did Nick go?
I've been laying down fire.
Voice.
Ow!
Good, Austin?
Everything hurts.
Hey, at least you have that Medicaid, right?
I already used it.
Shit.
Damn.
Ah!
Whee!
Does this feel different?
This is different. I didn't think that operations would be that different.
Yeah. They do more of that. I'm not expecting.
Yeah. I agree.
Stuff here as well as another Medicaid. That's awkward.
Oh, Terminator? No, that's a plane guy.
I'm gonna try and capture this shit. Got a bunch of spawns here. Oh, fuck off. Fuck me.
The fuck is that?
I
Break
have
out
no
of
idea.
us? Break out of us? Question mark?
I was an execute for that.
Okay, break out of us.
Hey.
Oh. They spawned on me and I died.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Mighty unfortunate.
Yeah, he's on me. There we go.
Yeah, this is very different. Wow.
Very much so. I'm gonna go check upstairs real quick. So can someone check underneath as well?
Armor boosters.
Still angry.
Chase interacts with it. Chase interacts with it. Chase.
Man. Go for it.
More Medicaid. Thanks. Kill the witch. My turn. My turn.
Good luck. Here, back.
Look.
Back.
Go back.
What the fuck? Where is it going? Wait, what the fuck? It just ran straight past me.
Yeah.
Stream is somewhere.
Oh.
Are they just teleporting in?
What is going on? Ooh! My... Slave. Oh, exterminator on me?
Yeah.
Doink!
Anyone see this floating shield here? Nice scan.
Just the slow look down. This is also new.
Woo! Here it comes. Man.
Is there anything behind us actually?
Nah, I didn't see anything. Took a quick look. The name of the dog! Gods!
Act on a war. Voice. We got a purple guy off to the far left.
Camera's to the
there.
left. I'm gonna grab this Medicaid if that's
Go for
okay.
it. It was just like a couple guys?
Apparently. I used a whole ass grenade for it. I thought it was gonna be a lot.
Yeah, same. Well, I used the jump.
Eliminate the corrupted astropath. I see something in front of me.
Ow! Why? Why me? Why me?
My God, you fucking... You can use him as like a jump rope, dude.
Sorry, Freya.
Well, she was saying, get off him!
Ow.
Yes. Armor boost behind you, Austin.
I kind of see how they can do like more variety with this whole like you're teleporting between little dimension things.
Yeah,
they just make a bunch of little maps that they teleport between. Delicious. Bright ass fucking light over here. Eesh. Y'all also have an ass fucking light.
Nope, no idea what you're talking about.
Like a butt plug with the light at the end.
Oh, do we have to assemble?
Right. Go for it.
Mac.
Oi, 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 oi. Why can't I move? Oh, I'm getting pulled down.
Yeah.
It's like, things are trying to murder me. I would like to be able to do something. Oh, I'm seeing things. This real?
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Ow!
You're shooting the guy behind you, not the guy you're executing.
Oh! Bad.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
This
Big
is insane,
grenades.
though.
There's some shocks.
Yeah, I do.
Bonds and lots of things.
I can't do anything about that.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm pushed away.
There's stims right on top of me, but armory data over here.
Yoink.
There's the change your loadout or whatever. Another stem over here. And stuff. I found it. Oh. Alright, y'all ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for this. None of this walkway to discover this and.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh my God! What? What a surprise!
Fuck!
Now this
Vortex beast.
Zeba agrees.
Zeba is pissed. Fuck this guy, dude.
I'm literally.
Shoot the thing spinning!
Oh.
Shoot the disco ball!
Ow. I'm gonna die.
Said don't res you?
No.
Okay, Roger.
Oh.
Okay, good luck, Austin.
Oh, I didn't see this last time. Oh, fuck.
You gotta make it to the portal behind him, okay? You're the unlucky one. You're the unlucky one. Sorry, buddy.
Fuck!
You gonna be able to make it to me, Nick, or should I res?
Res.
Back.
The tentacles are neutralized. Unleash on the demon.
Oh, no. No. Oh. I literally just spawned. And I'm being okay.
Wait.
Oh, fuck me.
Disco ball!
Some more tentacles and shit on the outside, too.
Disco ball? We're shooting the disco ball?
Oh, there's more tentacles.
Yeah.
I'm out of ammo. I need to find the.
Ay.
My turn.
At least he's close. He's shielded.
We have to shoot waves now, I think.
Oh!
Ammo cache over here, by the way. Wait. I'm still standing.
Oh, mother!
More.
That's a lot of them. That's a lot of them.
Any more tentacles or anything?
No, just the
a bunch of...
yeah, spawns.
Fuck.
Are the cultists trying to run to it?
No, I don't want to know.
Well, I think they might be healing it, because didn't we have it in its last fourth of health?
Uh-oh.
Unsure, don't
Hello,
remember.
mister. Hello. Yeah, I didn't ask for this. Ah!
Oh, down.
Oh yeah, that's happening.
Dude.
Looks like he's having a good time.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh.
Oh. Just you, Nick.
What? You have to say something each time. I swear to God. That's crazy.
It was literally less than 2 seconds apart.
What killed y'all?
I got hit by a
Well,
tentacle.
I had been down for a while.
He was down, I was going to get him, and I got shot by a tentacle.
That's so unfortunate. I was doing so well too. And then the fucking the eye spears that he opens with.
Yeah.
God.
Tough fight.
It's good though.
It's good stuff.
It doesn't feel too hard. It just the attack patterns. It's a good way to
Getting used to them and stuff.
Yeah. I feel like that's how it should feel too.
I'm also getting much more used to the spawns. Been able to parry them every once in a while.
Yeah.
I gotta work on your melee damage.
One second. How do I get rid of this? Yeah, you need to get working on your fucking range damage double. Not even y'all combined, dude.
God. So fucking smoky up here right now.
Ooh, some wildfires?
Yeah.
Fun.
Sucks.
We had our wettest August in recent history. I think that's the reason we're not getting more. Which is also crazy that y'all get so much, I feel like. I mean, I guess there was a season, but like...
Yeah.
Still crazy. Better let them know I'm coming up. Coming. I'm coming. Coming up, man.
Up, 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 up. A different song. Voices. Did you end up watching it? Watching what?
Yeah.
K-pop Demon Hunter Chase?
I did not.
you're a fucking bastard, and it's so good, and you would like it.
Yeah. Just so bad at watching
I know.
movies,
Feel you.
especially on my own.
I feel that. I feel you. I feel you. Or, actually, it's shows for me on my own, but I feel you.
I watch more shows than
Voices. Oh. Okay, I swear to God, we're getting it this time. We're getting it this time.
Mm-hmm.
We better, because I'm having dinner after.
Ooh, fuck.
There.
Ooh. Purge the heretics.
Who doesn't like a good old cycle of binging and purging? Right?
Huh?
Who doesn't like a good old cycle of binging and purging?
Who?
Me.
What?
Me.
Who?
Me.
What?
I'm starting to think you're just fucking with me.
I would never do that, Chase. I'm a good boy.
Wait,
where's the? Where's the? Oh wait, we're in a stream. I'd be. Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna do this.
This is as close as I can get you.
Boy.
Okay.
You just went straight through us.
Yeah.
Did he really think that was gonna work, buddy?
No.
Bubba?
Pretty clean.
One of you see that?
No.
I already got him. I'm a good Texan boy. Ugh.
Huh?
I hit tab accidentally while I was sprinting, so it opened up Steam's overlay.
Ow! Fuck you, motherfucker! You said.
I didn't get it. We just died. No gene seed this time.
At least it's not this early, maybe.
Oh. Well, that's what I get.
Yeah. Blows back out all there, right?
Why can't I die?
Grenade out. Ow!
You want to get up there?
Oh!
Nope.
Oh! Ah! I'm gonna die. Oh, fell off.
There's like 5 spawn on us.
Yeah, I dropped already.
Drop down,
sadly.
Chase. Oh god.
Good.
Oblivion shall not claim me today.
Ho. I'm down.
Sorry, Chase.
Used to it.
Nothing more.
Oh, I think I found a way back up. Oh.
There's an elevator.
Dude, we gotta stop singing so well, or we're gonna get Chase D-Mac, dude.
Oh, I
Fuck.
found armory down.
20
Oh,
seconds
yeah.
on me. Hick surrounded.
So am I.
What's there?
Three, 2.
Thank you, Chase. I know you had a choice in choosing where you spawn, and we're glad you chose us today.
Yes.
Oh, fuck me. I need help.
We're
Working on it. Fuck off.
Coming towards you, Austin. Hi.
Oh my gosh.
Good shit, boys. Oh, your armory data. Oh, you already got it.
Here.
Thought it was more armory data. Extreme.
Down here. Sorcerer. Fuck off. You just fuck off?
What? What? Sir!
Look at my fucking friend.
Got it. Got it.
Oi! Fuck off. Other one. Going in on Nick as well.
Oh my god. That's quite the ability there.
The pull.
Then their pull.
Yeah.
What a waste of Imperial resources!
Armor boost.
No Jinxie.
Not yet. Multiple spawns.
They use their shafts.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Traitors conveyed us to a hostile location. At least they did not separate us.
Austin, you want the med kit?
Yeah.
Jinxie.
Really?
Yeah, I found it.
Oh.
What?
I tried to hook the one I was shooting, but I hooked the one you were shooting.
Oh, all good.
Oh.
That does so much damage. A pole?
Gib.
Waves, careful.
Bubbles.
Bubble.
Bubble.
Double. Michael.
What?
Double.
What?
No.
Oh, fuck off. I think they're mostly going towards you, Austin, right now. Let's interact.
No. Meatball!
Terminator.
Hey, Melta. Stay close and sharp. Pretty sure that's what my guy just said.
Pretty sure it's what you just said.
That is also true. But I was quoting that guy.
Who?
My guy.
My guy, dude.
My guy. Nice space marine. Didn't know them stealing our hearts was on the table.
Oh god!
Ha! Same idea.
Yeah.
Behind me. Fuck. More spawns. More
I
spawns.
died.
I can't move. I can't move.
Lost the gene seed.
We got you.
I just can't move. We're both down. We're both down.
Yep.
I'm up in 30.
Hey.
Five. 15. 10. Yeah, just play crossing, play crossing.
Oh, fuck.
1 second. I'm here.
Nice.
Oh, I fucking hate that. It's blue.
Delayed? Yeah.
Yeah, and then they do their whole choke whip.
Good shit, Chase. Good job.
I dodged that. Excuse me. I dodged that too. I dodged that too. I guess not. I'm just that dude. What?
Up my nose. Welcome back.
I'm up. I'm up. I'm here.
Oh, it's so heavy.
Yeah, but look at your strong, big muscles.
Power cell time.
Chase, take the
Didn't even see.
No sights.
I got it.
Yes.
Oh, I had a gun strike on him right as he started, so
I'm dead.
Power the generator.
What, sir? Excuse me?
Extermination has come for this movement. Jump pack refuel. Approaching the generator with the power cell.
Oh.
The machine spirit requires power.
Okay.
the machine spirit requires power.
Boons, I found grenades. Power cell on my loaders.
I haven't. Heading back. Respawn's just on Austin, Nick. Careful.
This power cell should work.
Behind y'all.
There's a Terminator.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Gotcha.
If we assemble the top, I'm just assemble the top, and we can. I can
Get out of here before having to deal with it. Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, yeah.
Come on, come on, come on.
Right.
Yeah, you're doing great. You're doing great. You're doing good.
Nice.
There we go.
Bye. Idiots.
Dummies.
Oh, here they are.
Ow!
Guardian relic here. Austin, you should take it. You have the mortal wound.
Where can I jump? Where can I jump? Oh my god. Can I die?
Got it.
Yes. Good job, Chase.
Nope.
hello.
Good shit, Chase. Go stay alive.
Good.
But that should have been mine. No! 9.
Shit! Alright, who's ready?
I'm assembled. I'm Avengers assembled.
Falls out from underneath us. What the fuck? What?
What? Who would do such a thing?
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Take that ass.
Move it. Who was chosen? Ow. What the hell?
It was I, but I accidentally dodged it.
Good.
Me again. Waves!
Me now.
Oh, awesome.
Ow, ow, ow,
ow. No!
Oh! Hey, all three of
The
us.
first time!
Oh, the first.
Our odds of surviving have gone up 33% for this. Good luck, everyone!
The Imperium's light has never graced this place.
I'm not me. Oh my god, nice. Nice.
Did you see
nice,
that?
nice.
Did you
I
see
did.
that?
Run for the end. Ah, roll, you bitches!
Oh,
Oh my god, this is
I
amazing.
fucking grappled through it.
And Chase jumped up too.
wait, why is
so-
everything still dark?
Uh-oh.
Oh god, yeah, I can't see shit.
Where did you die? Can we get you at all?
I died on top of him, but I was still, like, everything looked dark. So I
That
could
is
still
strange.
see all of him. Got 60 seconds.
You're out.
Yeah, I am out. 30 seconds. I went to go grab a boss.
Not shoot the last, never mind. Wait, wait on saying the... I did.
Tentacles
15.
You, it's all you. Good luck, buddy.
Okay. Waves. Dude, I just...
3.
More waves. Oh, it's on me. It's on me. You. On me.
Dude, it sounds so cool.
Yeah.
Is there ammo anywhere on the outer?
Yeah, there's on the outside.
Yeah, there's ammo crates on the far left-ish, right-ish.
Where did it go? There were some here.
Okay, cool. I would like to be able to dodge any one of those attacks.
Ow.
Half dead.
I'm getting to you.
Good.
That's time. Spawn incoming, spawn incoming.
That's
I'm
so unfortunate.
entirely out of ammo, dude.
Another spawn.
I might have to let you go, Chase. Oh.
Alright. They are running to him explicitly. And it's probably
They are healing him. They are. Confirmed. I saw his health. I need that X. Damn.
Oh, fuck.
It's all good. It's all good. I died. Yeah.
Oh my god. I didn't just get pulled out. That's so dumb. I'm down. I got immediately upped. No, dude.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
He's on me. He's on me. Waves. Dude, I would love to move.
Yeah, the spawn on you while he's also doing like waves and shooting at you with shit is a bit brutal.
I'm just, and I have no ammo.
Melee. Gunshot.
Down.
About to have 4 spawns on you. I have 27 seconds.
Oh, they can get you awesome.
Waves. Oi, oi, oi. 10.
9.
5.
2.
Damn.
Oh, fuck off.
I know, I'm in a bad spot.
I died.
Oh, fuck.
I'm dead for a minute.
Uh-oh. No way, you did it.
Nice. Good iframes.
I think the word is necessary.
I'm up in 35.
I'm dead. Oh! He picked me up! Oh my god!
Oh!
I found ammo!
Oh, fuck.
7 seconds.
Oh, fuck.
5 seconds.
Jeez.
Oh, no.
Right.
2, 1. I come in! I come in! I come in!
Oh!
Oh, Jesus.
Holy mother.
Fuck you. There's no way, dude.
Fuck.
Insane. I'm 15 seconds out, too. Here he comes. Oh, nice dodge.
He's all specs right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Oh, the
Yes!
strike! The gun strike to finish it off, dude. Holy fuck. Skip it? Skip? Guys, skip?
No.
No.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, that's a sick backdrop, too.
Good mission. Good stuff. Victory.
Very nice. I got a piss.
Nice. Let's prestige again on my assault.
Very good.
Nice.
Oh, the damage is so good.
Yeah.
Wookie. I'm gonna go eat some dinner.
That is fair. Why did this?
I'll be back on in a little bit, probably.
Sounds good. See y'all then.
Bye.
You gonna go do Feral Chase for stream?
Can I say that again?
Are you doing the signing off, or are you gonna keep playing stuff?
I'm gonna be getting off stream, but yeah, we'll probably go play with Joanna and
Jake, or is it Jake? Okay. Let me know if y'all need another one.
Will do.
Okie dokie. Bye stream. Bye you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Peace.
Halo assault rifle. Hi, Chase.
Hi, Chase.
Hell jumper. ODST. I bought.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
The other new battle pass, I know they're not called that, but I call them battle passes anyway.
They got the recon helmet in here. That's crazy.
Yeah, they do.
It's so hard to get originally.
The other new battle pass, like the only thing in it that I like is the AR, but it's a really good AR.